lost time, gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you.
Chaos is the word that defined the start to our day one of the European qualifier. Balance is where we mostly ended up. Today we enter the top 8 playoff bracket, and I hope you're pumped up for some great action. Before we get to the games though, it's time to prep and have some fun. Myself, Johnny Boy, CJ, and Shogun are here to bring you that action. Johnny, we missed you yesterday.
Did you really leave? I think
no,
that
I
was
just had to say it to the contract.
You're reading that, I swear. That's just, yeah, I can see it in the show notes. He's been told to say that. You didn't miss me, that's all.
We could definitely have, we could know the help, when Stumpy was too busy breaking his own computer with posters.
This guy. I mean,
Johnny, where were you? We needed you
to fix it.
We needed you, the hero that we all needed, and he wasn't here. But he is here today, so hopefully you got some good takes. Let's get some homework out of the way. We got a couple things to show you guys you've probably already seen. Of course, we're going to go over just the season of the week schedule. Let's take a look at that season schedule to start off. You know, it's 2 splits. It's condensed down. All of these matches become so much more important, Shogun, for these players as they work their way towards the World Championship.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a slow start this season. If that happens, you've also got the end of your season quite rapidly approaching towards you. So you've got to stay consistent with it. You've got to get those results. And more importantly, you've got to get to those majors to get the big points.
And taking a look at the weekly schedule, it's pretty simple. CJ, I think a lot of people can memorize this one. You got the First Touch podcast, of course, that kicks off every weekend there on Wednesday. And we have Rlcs on the weekends this week. CJ, it's all about Europe.
Yeah, Stumpy was pretty cheeky yesterday talking about this being the main region, the major region weekend. And as you can see, it's very simple. Check out First Touch as well. Fantastic every Wednesday morning, depending, or afternoon or night, but depending what your time zone is. But Europe, it's all about Europe, Johnny. This is forget about the emerging regions. It's all about the EU.
Well, don't forget completely. They are still qualifying. That's a great thing about this format is constant. Shogun saying the teams have got to start and finish strong. You've got to pretty much be strong the entire time. You can't have any bad weekends. Otherwise, you're out of that corresponding tournament. So yeah, NA's going to be qualifying again later tonight. It's going to be a bit of a tougher day. Already some interesting teams struggling. I think Lively's in the lower bracket in day 1.
Really?
Yeah. Omelette, day 1 lower bracket.
Wait a second. How's that happen? Because they're versing the 800th seed, Johnny. Like, how have they dropped down?
No, there's some nasty teams in there, though. There are some SSLs in there. Best of 3s. It can happen. You've got to pay attention.
That's the beauty of just, again, having specifically the prize pool open up to so many people. Let's take a look at it now. Is that so many more people are trying, and you have so many more inspired younglings coming in, especially with that age drop as well. We've seen a few people under 15 now make it into the RLCS across different regions. So people are definitely, Shogun, really attempting to make it into the RLCS, and you're getting a lot more competition out of it.
I mean, have you seen the amount of people that are trying to qualify for the next European tournament? What was it? Already over 1,000 different teams that had signed up for the next event. It is ridiculous. Everyone has seen the opportunities ahead of them, the chance to get yourself into that prize pool, to earn something from it. It's phenomenal to see. In 2 weeks' time, you're going to have the one winner from 1,000.
That's insane. And again, I think what's really helping is the fact that you can get in there. Top 128 is getting paid out as well. But let's move on to today. We got to start talking about what we're going to see today. It's going to be top 8. But before that, we started with our Swiss bracket. You might want to get a little caught up in case you were busy yesterday and weren't able to join us on that Friday. Our round 1, Johnny, I'm sure you're watching, was a little chaotic. I said chaos was our word to start that day.
It really was. I mean, round 1 Vitality losing to 100%, who then didn't qualify, and you've got BDS dropping 3-0. We all got that one wrong. Oxygen and Moist started with losses. It really didn't make a lot of sense, but then we should have probably seen that coming. It is Europe after all. I think what's more surprising is that by the end of the day, it was almost back to normal. It was just Oxygen that we're missing, really, from the teams we expected to make that top 8.
You're right. Well, I want to talk about some of the storylines here. One specifically, let's look at that little blue logo with the M on it, that Moist logo. Look how it kind of snakes and trudges through the tunnels there as they find their way finally to victory. That's not a journey that most teams want to take. And for Moist, it was a bit of a rocky start, Shogun, but they eventually did get there.
Yeah, they did, but it was still unconvincing, even by the time that they got there. Their best win on the way through to qualifying, at least on paper, was the one against Redemption, but as we'll probably get into a little bit later on, that Redemption squad seems a little bit broken by the time Moist got to them. So, I don't know. There's a lot of question marks on this team, Johnny, there. We'll find out today.
Yeah, it's interesting though because they started off so inconsistently, and by the end of the day they finished pretty much where we thought they would be in that 3-2 position. I think 3-1, 3-2 is where we mostly thought Meister were going to land. So they did get there, and now they've got they've got to just win today. They've got a tough match in the quarterfinal, but they have to win. It's about getting top 4 now, not top 8.
Now, another team I want to look at, CJ, this was a fun storyline. Gentlemates, we were kind of calling them the leftovers. They're not bad players by any means. It's not like no one really wanted them, but they banded together and really performed, going 3-0.
Well, I mean, yeah, when we talk about leftovers traditionally in the past, it's about players that flat out cannot find a team. These guys just couldn't find a team on the top 3, which is where they found themselves here on Gentlemates. And I mean, what a showing. There was an upset early on. We were all talking about BDS based on their qualifier run. Gentlemates, they dropped to Endpoint. They got swept by Endpoint in the qualifiers. So there were question marks coming in, but I mean, they exceeded all expectations. And I think, Johnny, they're looking like a top 4 team right now.
Yeah, they really do. I like this a lot because I think we can really see a lot more of a free Seiko in this team compared to the BDS Seiko, where he was playing a lot more of a defensive role. I do still think he's going to do that very well, but I want to see that, all OG Endpoint Seiko just taking over lobbies 1v3, and I think Juicy and Itachi could be the players to bring that out of him.
Well, let's talk about a player, or a team, sorry, that may not have had the same kind of success. A team that a lot of people may have had rated into their top 8, Johnny. It was Oxygen, and they fell short. They made it to that round 5 of Swiss, but they did not deliver on victory.
I think they did this just to troll North America, though. We've got to wait for the second regional to really know what level Oxygen are at, because they just thought to themselves, it'd be really funny if we couldn't make EU top 8 after destroying that off-season tournament in North America. And they are, a bunch of memers. You got Archie in the team, Oski. These guys love to just troll NA. So I think this is fine for now. We have to wait and see what they get up to in the next one. But they've got some ground to make up. And with such a strong top 4 emerging in Europe right now, not the start that they would have wanted if they're trying to make one.
It's content, isn't it? It's absolute content. We talk about the regional debate, and after Vitality's round 1, all eyes back to G2 to North America being world champs, but this is the result that still has question marks on North America. Oxygen beating G2 in the off-season, and then, well, not making the top 8. It's not the best showing from them. They'll be disappointed, but, I mean, it's only 2 weeks until they're here again.
Shogun, do you agree with that? This is Oxygen's goal was content. I'm not sure I stand by this.
I think they wouldn't like to pretty much have to now make a grand finals if they want to qualify for the major, especially with how strong those French teams are looking. I think what's crazy about what we just saw, though, is we have no idea where to place Endpoint in this. They now have a win over Oxygen to qualify. They have a win over Gentlemates during the earlier stages of this tournament. I don't know where to place them right now because they are so much better than we thought they were.
Well, we'll talk about it in a bit. For now, I want to keep on the highlights and highlight a specific match. Let's dive a little bit deeper on one. Let's aim to the midpoint of Swiss. It was Redemption versus Vitality. Vitality, Shogun, you said, oh no, so you're starting this, was a rough start from them, but they gained it back together at the end.
Hey, watch this, guys. You can see the exact moments when their heart ripped in half. Redemption started off also very well against Vitality. We're starting to think to ourselves, oh my goodness, this World Championship curse, this might actually be a real thing. And then it all came crumbling down. Went to Champions Field. Everyone's looking forward to the big matchup. And what was the word that you were using earlier on, Johnny, to describe their Game 5?
Actually,
collapsed the class.
Oh, that's what collapsed your class. Thank you for saving me there, CJ. I totally forgot about that. It's a brilliant, word to rise there.
That's what I wanted.
Collapsed your class. I've got to put a little sticky note on my monitor, write that on. Because it's a great term. Thank you, Rise, for that one.
It was shambolic, wasn't it? That finish. And well, Redemption, they might just be that chaotic team. I know that Cole is a massive fan of the cannon, but couldn't get the job done there.
Again, two teams that had a rough go at the beginning now face off against each other at the bottom of the bracket. They're Moist and Team Vitality, but looking through the rest of the bracket, overall, bar maybe an Oxygen in there, I think we can expect Europe to have a little bit of mix-ups when it does come to the playoff brackets. We've seen these look a bit crazy from time to time, but Corp, Team BDS, Vitality, you expect all 3 of those to be there. This is single elimination, and we'll get to that in a little bit here. For now, I want one little bit of recap left to go. Let's just get rapid fire top 3 plays. Why don't we do it? let's get right into those. Johnny, starting us off, juicy, fake flip reset, nice and clean. You love it.
Yeah, a little bit of interference on the backboard was all that was needed to get Monkey Moon in an uncomfortable position. And yeah, Drally couldn't read what Juicy was up to either. I love that Juicy's dropped the ball down with this reset here, giving it even more likelihood of success. It's a great play by Juicy, not the player we're talking about in this team, but one to watch for today.
Yeah, number 2 as well. We got Ivan. Now, this was when Redemption, we were excited. Forget about game 5. They showed a lot in the first 4, and Ivan there, nice little double tap, gets the double, and it's just a fantastic little setup. 50 from Astral. He was phenomenal as well. It's good to see players like Ivan showing up, but, well, the game 5, it's hard to sort of ignore that.
And for number 1, context is king for this one. In your RLCS debut, you go and score a 0-second winner to qualify for the next round. That is exactly what Drally did. So excited to see what this player can do heading into his first top 8.
All right, replays out of the way. It's time for our faces to be on screen. We're going to play a little bit of a game here. Chat, we're going to get you involved as well. It's time for some Imposter. We're going to sleuth out the fraud. Cole is behind the scenes right now, and his fingers are ready to send us some messages. He's going to give us player names, and we're going to go down the line and describe the player one word at a time. We'll do 2 rounds of that. The problem is that one of us is an imposter, and one of us doesn't know who that player is. They're lacking that information. We're going to have to figure out who that player is. Chat, we want you to get involved as well on figuring out who the imposter is. So we're gonna put that player up on screen right about now, and then we'll get right into it. So I need you guys to close your eyes.
Okay.
Chat, you guys get to see this.
Hiding feed.
Okay, everybody, good night. We'll have a nice little nap. And once we get word that that is gone, we're gonna get to saying our words. Okay, I've heard it's gone. I'll give it a second just in case. Okay, it is gone. Everybody, you should have a DM now from Cole. And if you don't tell us, because that'll give it away. But I think we've all got it. So if we're all ready, we'll go down. We're going to describe one word at a time. If you're ready for this, I can't take too long, so it might be too obvious, but transfer.
America.
Europe.
Champion.
Oh, this is tough. Okay. Personality.
Intelligent.
Content.
Recording.
It's just...
This is hard. Okay, I think we now need to
Everyone's
discuss.
played really safe. This is hard.
This is not easy. Oh. Shogun looked like he was questioning it, but he also...
I was questioning the pauses and the words coming our way. I don't know what was going on with half of these.
I don't know. I may have...
It's Shogun or Leaf. It's CJ Sugar Leaf has to be.
No,
Yeah,
no,
has to be.
no. I don't like it when Johnny
Yeah.
controls the conversation.
Yeah, no,
I
because
think
it's
it-
usually
I think
him, isn't it?
Wait, I'm Sugar. Why are we talking about third
What did
person?
Shogun
No.
say again? He said recording, and that was
said
like
recording.
sheeping off of CJ's word content. That stole
Right,
your
but
words there.
CJ,
I can't
what did
believe- no.
CJ say? What did CJ say? He also
I
just went
said
off of...
Europe and content.
Yeah, I like
Right,
that.
but-
I like that a lot.
But personality, content can follow personality. And if I said transfer and you said America, of course, Europe.
No, I said
could be an
America,
obvious
and then
one.
CJ said Europe. And that's like sold me a CJ.
Okay,
CJ knows.
do we want to land? Everyone, we're going to put our vote. I think CJ. I'm going CJ.
I'm not with CJ. I think it's Leaf.
I think maybe it's Leaf.
I think it's Leaf now because
I think
Leaf's
it's
really
Leaf.
under the
Leaf.
bus. I don't like it. I think it's Leaf. But he said
Shogun mastermind.
transfer.
He did say transfer,
think-
but I mean that could
I'm
be
not
anyone.
sure.
Everybody's trying. It's Leaf.
Okay, well, will the imposter please raise their hand?
Come on, let's go.
Come on, Leaf. What are you doing?
Between
He's
the words
actively
transfer
throwing
and
big
personality,
CJ.
you gave
I
it
didn't
away,
think it was
boys.
CJ. I was gonna say
You were
Shogun,
too
but Leaf-
obvious.
Leaf
What do you
threw it.
mean? I said transfer. That is the
You
most
said
obvious. That's the
transfer,
most
you gave me
obvious.
personality.
It
Of course
was
I'm
good.
going
Transfer
for
was
it.
good.
Okay. Well, can we put it? Shogun, do you know who
I'm
it is?
really hoping I've got this one right, otherwise it's gone horribly wrong. It's Appjack.
It is, of course,
well done.
Appjack. Yeah,
Yeah,
you got it.
transfer personality. I was
Well
looking for
done.
recording, so I was like,
Yeah.
what do I associate
Leave.
with apparently
Nah.
Jack? An inability
panicked.
to record things.
I
I'm
can't
sorry.
believe you thought the fact that you thought it
that
was
was a warm-up.
CJ had me on you. I was like, "There's no way you think it's CJ after that."
I may have
That's a warm-up.
panicked. I may have panicked on that one. Okay, let's get our next one up on the
At least I'm
board
not
here.
expecting today.
Everybody, eyes closed. Chat, you're going to get the information. We're not going to have this information. until we take a look at these DMs, and then one of us still will not have that information. All right, it should be off the screen now. Everybody take a look at who the next might be.
I'm staring into eyes here.
I'm going to start, though, this time with Johnny Boy.
What? Just, okay.
Yeah, we're just moving it.
I'm going to say Rich.
Oh. Content.
X.
Emotional.
In muscular.
North America. Oh, that's 2 words. NA. Can I say that as one word?
That's fair enough.
That's okay. All right. What'd you say, Shogun?
I said EU.
EU. Okay, well,
Yeah.
I think at this point we know who our imposter
sorry.
is.
It's just
CJ.
right there. It's just right
CJ?
Now, hear me out for a second. I have this content. I have a continent sort of syndrome thing that happens.
He's not
Oh,
a
that's
content guy
crazy.
either. Even
That's
content-
crazy.
Can you? I'm assuming you can't guess who it is then, based off of that.
Come
Muscular.
on. Rich, muscular. I
Rich.
don't know why Leaf's saying my name. I didn't get that.
I'm gonna say
I think you just
Monkey
said you
Moon.
need to go
Was it
first.
Monkey Moon?
It was.
Well, yeah, it is Monkey.
You
Moon.
actually
You got it.
I was shocked. I was very surprised.
It's all there.
He's always
that's
flexing on
impressive.
camera, so I
He is.
kind of.
Okay.
I get
well,
it now.
that-
Now it's you. I thought it might have been like a Reddles, he's been gymming, or an I don't know, an Arsenal or something.
Sorry, I
content.
want to point out, I've just seen somebody in the chat just go, I knew it! Well done, mate.
Chat, did you guys know it? If you knew it, spam I knew it right now.
Yeah,
we
you did
gotta
it. Well done.
we gotta move on though.
Well
We're gonna
done,
get
guys. You got me.
on the show. Great job. I'm very proud you got that guess though. To be honest, that was
Pretty
Thank
impressive.
you.
impressive.
Next one,
Redemption
next
there.
one, last one.
Are we gonna do another one? Let's do it then. Okay.
All right, quickly, speed run.
Come on.
Let's get it on. Yeah, we'll speed run this one. Close your eyes. Get it on the board. This was fun. Let's just do this all day. You guys don't want to watch the game.
This is the show now. Let's skip the predictions part.
This could
because I suck
replace
at
the
that.
RLCS. I like it.
eyes are open. Is everybody ready? You've got your message?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna start off with CJ on this one.
Ooh, veteran.
Captain.
Goat.
Evergreen.
Solid.
Evergreen. Shogun.
I'm struggling with Evergreen, to be honest.
Evergreen's great.
Dynasty.
Long. You said dynasty. Dynasty. There's a long time, so that's the word that came to mind. We're speed running this one. Okay. Do we? I think we know who the boss might be on this one.
I don't know. Leaf, you have this amazing ability for me to be so certain it's somebody that we get to round 2 and I'm like, it's probably Leaf now, actually, isn't it?
This is why I'm really good at Mafia, because I throw people off my trail.
You're really bad at Mafia. You immediately incriminate. I'm going with Johnny. I'm going with my first 4.
I'm going with
we only did
Johnny.
one round in a week. I've still got,
feel
we've got to say
Johnny.
a couple
No,
more.
we did too. We went right
We did
twice.
2.
Oh, did we?
We did too.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
goodness, I'm dealing with people that don't know what one word is or 2 rounds. Oh,
Johnny, I'm going with Johnny. Do we land it on Johnny?
Johnny,
Johnny.
He said
Johnny.
mechanical with the greatest respect to this man.
Would you please raise your hand if you're the imposter?
It says I, the imposter.
And do you Do you think you know who it is?
I thought it was Garrett, but since I don't know, maybe it's not because
the word
after-
long throw you off.
No, you said. Oh my! It is. You said. Oh.
It Well, you said Dynasty. I'm sorry. You said
No, you said
Dynasty long.
captain. Somebody said captain.
Yes.
I was like, okay,
Yeah.
that's obvious.
Captain America.
I can't remember. There's another word that made it seem like it could be Garrett. And I was like, is it Garrett?
I said veteran.
Veteran captain. I was like, oh, that sounds like Garrett. But then by the end, I was like, oh, it's not Garrett. What have I done? Mechanical.
Either way,
I guess.
Very fun, guys. Congratulations on. I think we did okay. Chat, I hope you did all right.
I'm
but-
actually angry. I don't know. I feel like I've come out of this all right, and I'm actually angry at everything that's just
well, let's see if we can make you more angry. We
Are we
reached
going
out
into
to the
predictions? Because I hope not.
Not yet, not quite. That'll be soon. We reached out to players and we asked them if they could rank their region. much like we saw in NA. So let's take a look at the power rankings as per the players themselves. Hopefully they don't make us even more angry. I think that's kind of on point. Shogun, did you feel it? I mean, Oxygen obviously is an outlier.
I feel like we're starting to see here just how much that Endpoint result really knocked Gentlemates down in terms of the overall feeling around them, because 5.1 is very, very low.
It is. And Belly Gull as well. I mean, they exceeded expectations. 15th ranked by the other teams, and they almost made the top 8. But when you look at it, the teams got it pretty right, Johnny. Are you looking at Team 3 making top 8? That was the highest, I guess, ranked team to make, and they're on the 11th. So
the top 7 are way ahead. Like, if you look at the average ranking, all of the 7 teams are 6th or below on average, and then you go, boom, 9.1 for Redemption. So there seems like the pros thought there would be a clear top 7, and Oxygen weren't even in that. It was Endpoint and Team 3, so yeah, they're not far off. But Oxygen are the big miss, which I think we would agree they underperformed.
I think Belagol's a big miss here.
It could be we'll find out. We might have a new Hogan mode. We'll find out soon enough. If they don't qualify for the next tournament, we'll know 100%.
That is very true. Well, now let's get to the part that might make Shogun upset. We've been tracking predictions.
Oh, yes.
If you guys were here yesterday, chat, you're involved in this. We're tracking your predictions too. We got a leaderboard just to give you an update on where things lie right now and how well you're doing, chat, compared to the analysts. And somehow...
Yeah. Hello, Gee.
Stumpy's at the top. No, the Shogun at the bottom is not a surprise. It's the Stumpy at the top.
Yep, and he was out of action for the entire day. He's done really well.
Fixing a PC.
He might have cheated. We don't know.
We all got BDS versus Gentlemates wrong, and then Stumpy proceeded to get every other prediction right. I actually don't know. What other one did chat get wrong? Chat got what? The chat were tied with Stumpy at some point, but I think at the end of the day, you guys got something wrong. I don't recall what it was.
I think they might have gone Belagol.
Oh, did they?
Did they? I think they have, yeah.
Honestly, I respect that a lot from chat. I'm going to be...
Oh, I know. Chat got that one right. They got Resolve over Oxygen wrong.
Yes, there it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Which was game 5, so fair enough, chat. You guys did pretty well. 3 out of 5 is not too shabby. We're all there. We're all right there with you.
Above average.
Shogun Shogun is a fraud. You wait, chat. All right, this is not between me and any of the rest of them. It's you lot I'm after, okay? I will defeat chat.
Shogun, this gap is only going to increase. We're one day out, and you are still so far back already.
Shogun, 20% hit rate.
Shogun, you need
flip and do better.
You need to at least get ahead of me, Shogun. That's just embarrassing, okay?
I'm imagining you will be 1 above chat. I will be 2 above chat by the end of this. Chat, all right, we're finishing last.
We'll take a look. Let's look at the bracket right now just to give you guys an update. Again, this is our playoff bracket, top 8 single elimination. Going forward, we're going to be going from the bottom top. Let's take a look at the schedule. So if you guys want to plan out your day, keep the tab open all day. Don't leave us, please. We love having you here. But we will be starting with Moist Esports Team Vitality and then going through the rest, ending with Karmine Corp versus Endpoint at the end of our day 2, which will lead us into, of course, our day 3 tomorrow. But for now, we need to talk about that first matchup. It's going to be Moist Esports versus Team Vitality. Johnny, both of these squads had a bad first round. Vitality cleaned it up a bit sooner, but Moist eventually did make it there.
100% right, Leaf, and that's who Vitality just simply could not handle. They dropped round 1, lost their unofficial Rlcs World Championship title at the first attempt. So 100% were the unofficial Rlcs World Champions just for 1 series, and they lost it to KC. But yeah, I expect the regain. If I'm being honest with you guys, I'm not going to try and delay and have you guys guessing my prediction. I do think Vitality bounced back very well yesterday, and Moist took a bit longer to get rolling. So yeah, coming into this weekend, I think we all thought Vitality would be above Moist, and personally, I've not seen anything to change that, at least coming out of Moist results so far.
Well, I've seen a little bit in that Vitality have shown that they're not quite in top form yet, and even Zen, that round 1 in the Swiss Shogun, that was his first ever loss in a best of 5 in the RLCS. So,
wow, we've seen this from them before. They just don't look incredible. You know, we saw this from KC when they were on top about a year ago. It's just Fridays sometimes don't go amazingly for these teams, but Moist, this would be a major statement of intent if they can just make this a competitive series for me, because when we saw them flip and spin, this seemed like the sort of matchup where they kind of got blown out of the water. And again, I was not overly convinced by the teams that Moist beat to get here. So this is their first real test, and we'll see how they handle it.
Yeah, CJ, I kind of have to agree with Shogun, as though we've seen these teams like Team Vitality. The whiteboard's out. Yeah, the whiteboard's out done, CJ. There's no chance.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality, they're looking okay. I think we saw glimpses yesterday. They really picked it up towards the end. But for Moist, I think if you're looking for a positive, they did it the hard way. They reverse swept the Swiss, as we said, and this feels like a free hit now, Johnny. I know that they want to win this, but they're the underdogs clearly. They probably were lucky to get here, to get out of the Swiss. So maybe the pressure's off them and they can really perform.
Yeah, one of the advantages for Vitality this split, as you can see this new season, is Zen. He's not got any hair impeding his vision now. So last season, obviously, he played really well.
More aerodynamic
with,
now.
The fringe sometimes getting in the way of, like, I don't think he could see the top half of the screen. Sometimes he couldn't see what score it was, what time remaining.
Enjoying Coach Peak in right there with the whiteboard. That
I love it.
I'm used
Socks
to
on,
being there.
Shoes off, socks on. He's at home. He's comfortable. Like, I love watching.
He's one of the boys.
Shoes off meta.
I think he just wrote "Be careful" on the whiteboard there. So.
This.
Is that actually? I'll tell you what. He looks a bit like young Chaussette, doesn't he, with this new haircut? Or is that just me? I feel like there's a bit of a similarity there.
I think that's just you.
I can see where you're coming from.
Chaussette, young Chaussette was the best player in the world at some point, so maybe Zen's trying to channel that energy.
Why did you have to emphasize that one, Leaf? Like, not anymore, innit?
I don't know. I got a little rude with that one. I just wanted to point out that Zen's the one here now. So maybe it is. Have you seen them in the same room? I don't know. It could be.
Also, Zen was literally peeking around that chair, so there's good signs for Vitality really in every single angle.
Literally peeking.
He was.
Look, I want to talk about Joy though for a quick second.
Yeah.
I mean, he was phenomenal yesterday. The player that I'd say if there was a stat that you can't really track it, but beating most opponents whilst on the ball, it was him beating one or two every time he had a solo play. But he needs to go to even further. He needs to go to another level today to get close to this Vitality lineup, I think.
Yeah, I think what's again, I'm always excited to watch this Moist squad because I think everyone's seen what Joyo can do and loves what Joyo can do. It's just trying to find that roster that can connect with, or he can connect with. And I want to see them do well. The problem is that here in a single elimination up against, your world champs, I'm not sure if that's the situation to do it. I can't really put a lot of stock into it, but going forward, granted there's less splits, I would love to see them do well. Just wonder if, Shogun, you think, is this the roster for Joyo?
I mean, I guess it'll be there to find out. As you can see, Vitality ready to lock on in. There's also another thing that's on the line here, which is the streak that has developed for Vitality. Yes, they got their first best of 5 loss yesterday, but with this Zen roster, they have never lost an RLCS tournament. They have not tasted elimination. Can Moist Esports be the first team to do that?
If you're asking me, actually, no.
You built it up though, Shogun. I appreciate it. I'm more excited.
My best effort, chat.
We gave you the space for it to get clipped, so it sounds great, and then we brought reality to the table.
This is my casting partner, by the way.
No, I mean it's not.
Are you all ready for Champions? I'll give you a minute.
It's not peak Vitality just yet, but again, it is the first qualifier here of the new season, and that man there, Zen, he was starting to look a bit more alive towards the end of the Swiss. It's just early on, as we said, he had his first. Again, this is crazy for me. I know he hasn't been around too long, but only one ever best of 5 loss in the RLCS. That happened yesterday. They locked it in after that. Moist Esports, as you said, Shogun, they didn't really. I mean, their form line isn't fantastic out of that Swiss in terms of who they beat and the form coming out of it. And I'd argue that they've done a good strat here, Johnny. I don't know if you agree with me, but I think reverse sweeping the Swiss, you do get some easier matchups, particularly 3rd and 4th. As opposed to going 2-0, sometimes you get harder matchups. I don't know. There's something in that players are superstitious.
They were going 3-1, 3-0. Like, at least in the good thing for Moist run, if you are going to try and go late in Swiss, obviously nobody's really trying to do that, but they did take a couple games in their first series that they lost one game in their next one, and then they went 3-1, 3-0. So by the time they got to that 5th round, they had a preferential game win-loss, which is how the Swiss is seeded. So I think once they got to that round, that's why they sniped Belagal who actually played very well, but are, I think, one of the tougher, or one of the easier teams, I should say, in that round.
Now, I think the crazy thing, too, is that we have to remember it's been how many months since this team was crowned world champions in Vitality, right? So obviously a lot can change. People have been working to beat them up to this time. And I think the cracks, of course, were shown yesterday. Shogun did mention we've seen that happen before with the squads where they don't perform well on day one, but it could still be a sign that maybe that gap is starting to close. And we'll find out if anyone believes Moist can do it. I think honestly, I'll chat. We'll get your hashtags in there. Start them up now. But analysts, I think we gave when Shogun asked the question, can it happen? I think we all were very clear.
Maybe I was trying to convince somebody to go over that. I need the prediction back. I need that point. Could somebody please prick Moist so I can get something? But yeah, as you can see from these, not happening this round.
I mean, I'm concerned because you picked them, and I don't like going with you based on yesterday.
If you want to know how heavy the curse is on this one, not only have we all picked them, but behind the scenes, as we can tell from our competition, Cole has picked them and Stumpy has picked them. So it is a 6-way prediction. I imagine chat's joining us.
I would say, I mean, the safe thing for chat right now is to just pick it. If they're meta in this, I don't think they're thinking that much about it collectively as a hive mind. But yeah, it's. I think you'd be hard pressed to go against Vitality. CJ, you sounded like you showed a bit of love for Moist. I mean, when Johnny brought it up, right?
Would you switch predictions?
Yeah, if you want to, go for it. We'll give you permission to do it.
However, I have been proven to be a massive curse for any team that I support. So if I really go hard enough for Vitality, Moist could get the job done. And that's not too much of a swing there in the predictions. Some Moist fans out there.
Well, it seems across the board we all have Vitality, so the only way to solve this is to get into our match and find out. Moist Esports is going up against the world champions to see if they can finally take them down. They've seen the cracks. Can they break them apart? Let's get into our playoff bracket.
We are all expecting to see a Team Vitality victory here, but one thing we learned from Europe yesterday is that's not always how it goes. I am, of course, talking about Stumpy's computer ban.
Brilliant.
Stumpy, how's it going?
Done.
I could not bring it up, could I?
No, that's fair. Yeah, people might realise I wasn't there on yesterday's show. It's because my computer...
It was nice.
Thanks. It's because my computer broke. Basically, a wire got broken. I had to drive all around near me, pick up a new computer fan. Regardless, I am here. I'm a fan of these teams and work it back into Rocket League terms. And Moist vs Vitality is an incredible way to start all of our Saturdays.
Exactly. It was a tremendous start to the Swiss yesterday as well, but not for Moist Esports. 0-2 they were after the first couple. Reverse sweeping is what they had to do. It doesn't get any easier though, Stumpy. They're up against Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, getting into the top 8 in Europe at the moment is going to be near impossible for a lot of teams, let alone going up against a team, as Shogun said in our pre-show, that haven't actually lost and been knocked out of a tournament since picking up Zen. He's been on that team for a very long time now. I think probably almost a year at this point, and Vitality are making sure that they are 100% locked in 2-0 in just 20 seconds.
I'll be very pleased indeed with the way this one has gone. Radosin, and then you can't forget, of course, and Alpha, all three of Vitality. I mean, when Zen came in, the conversation was all about him, but certainly in the regionals last season, he slotted his way in. He didn't come in all guns blazing and try and score wonder goals, but from what we're seeing statistically, that's changing a little bit as Alpha almost, oh my goodness, gets a massive pinch.
What a screamer that would have been as well. Unfortunately, just a little bit wide, bounced off the post. In 30 seconds, it didn't end up quite being that 3, but Alpha is going to be shooting again, bottom right corner. Moist really don't seem like they've got too much of a response to the battling Frenchman.
I mean, we know that they've got fight and desire, but going 3-0 down against Vitality is not the best thing you can possibly do, especially a Team Vitality that were getting hotter and hotter as the day went on yesterday. Suffered only their second ever series loss in EU regionals yesterday.
Goodbye.
We'll be wanting to redo that here, but only just gives a sniff for Moist early doors.
Yeah, a nice little play as well off the kickoff. Brezzy moving up a little bit further on, gives only the chance. He just forgoes the ball, goes for a Radosin instead as it trickles over the line. Moist do get one back. And again, it's only been about 45 seconds, bear in mind. Huge chunk of this game left for them still to play. And Cole, you're talking about Vitality getting themselves back into days and series and whatever else it ends up being. Very few times do they ever find themselves going down. So it was a big shock in the tumultuous EU landscape yesterday when we did see Vitality and a lot of other top teams go down in their first series.
Yeah, not a great start for poor old Coach Fairy Peak here in the Rlcs. Losing to 100% in a Game 5 is not the beginning he would have been dreaming of, but it wasn't to be. Anyway, fast forward to now, and we have Vitality with a 3-1 lead up against Moist. As he puts that one to the side, Radosin might want to turn back into that one, but he's a little bit languid. Gonna have to wait here. He can track it around himself. Rezi's getting all sorts of involved. Rezi, of course, Stumpy, a player who came to the fore last season with Hogan mode. Getting involved again. Here's Joyo. Oh, he gets the save, though.
Yeah, so much love as well given to that roster, and I think that Rezi's been able to find what it's like to play for a team that is ultimately going to be the underdog frequently. A position that Moist rarely find themselves in, but certainly in newer times they have been that team as well. Zen, they're playing in front of the ball, trying to get... Didn't go for the doink, which I'm disappointed about, but tried to go for something a little bit special regardless. And the scoring and the shooting has definitely toned itself down for now. We had 4 goals in the first 45 seconds, and we've lacked one for just over a minute.
I am now impressed with how Moist have got themselves back into this game. It was looking like it was going to be well beyond them, even in the first 60 seconds or so, but they're putting in a fight, and that's what they've been doing throughout this entire regional. They were down and out. They were written off. I didn't think they'd win that Series 5 yesterday against Belagol. I backed Belagol in the predictions. And so far, they've already started proving us wrong. Can Rezi do the same? He leaves that one, intentionally, I believe, rather than a backflip to Oli. Oli, who performed well with Oxygen last season before being benched. Had to claw his way back into this level of Rocket League, and they're having to do some quad work defending here. Just bumps and demos, everything's flying in. Zen gets another.
That bump is rude. Goes up, and then Joy just thinks, I can get the ball here nice and easily. Instead, Alpha sends him to space. Zen can tap it in. Continuing our Vitality to make sure they lock themselves in. And yes, they suffered a loss yesterday. 1 best of 5 does not define a season unless it's at like a really important time, I suppose.
I mean, that'd be a which it wasn't 7 probably anyway. Yeah, so you're right. Your statement stands, Stumpy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Zen is standing tall here with the double. Joyo gets it as far as Alpha almost. It's actually a lovely little tap to Oli. Rezi's trying to put in the gap. Oli should have a chance here. He slows it down correctly. They're back within 2.
Yeah, Vitality maybe getting a little bit too ahead of themselves because Rezi can outspeed Radosin. Only has to do one job, get it on target. Does it perfectly, slots it between Alpha and the crossbar. 2 goals separating these teams when Vitality seem to be running away with it. They're opening the door a little bit too far, and Moist have found their way in.
So far, we've seen 6. Would you believe we're only 3 minutes into this Saturday, Stumpy? Looking like it's going to be a long and glorious one. Alpha does get the 100 boost steal. It could be a chance of Vitality. Oh, was that there for the bump? He gets the second one.
The physicality. My word, we have seen Vitality get in the gym and just get on that boxing bag. Sends Rezi out the way. And it's Alpha again, finding himself playing in front of the ball. I wonder what his percentage would be in front of the ball as well in this regional, or rather in this open qualifier so far, because making sure that no players feel safe even on their own goal line.
Alpha, as well as those huge bumps, has got himself 2 goals. Says I'm trying to go from the backboard, but for me, Alpha 54 is the player that's standing out. A player that for years have been predicting maybe he'd begin to slow down. When Zen came in, would he take more of a back seat? It just never happened. All he's ever done is improved.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we spoke about how important Zen was last season for Vitality, and obviously that ended up coming true. They won Spring, they then ended up going on and winning Worlds. But even now, we're still seeing, regardless of how well Vitality are performing, Moist, that foot in the door, they are forcing it open. Joya with a reset, doesn't get the second, but forces Zen to take an awkward touch. Oli is there to follow, yet again, within 2.
Joyo has been the standout performer so far for Moist statistically, but we have a hat-trick for Oli, a player who's always seemed like he's needed a little bit of love. You know, I mentioned his Oxygen days towards the start of last season earlier on. And after that, it's been tricky for him. He went to Worlds of G1. I think they were top 22 there, so never really come through to show his potential, but maybe with Moist. And maybe Joyo has finally found his own happy home, or stayed in his happy home, but found his happy teammate, should I say.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely been that time of experimentation for Moist too. Since losing out on the Rise Joyo Batira team, they've had to try Thank you. They've had to try and make do with what they can, and I think so. It's been relatively disappointing. They want to make sure they're at the top of Europe yet again, but there's so many teams that are battling for that top spot, and Zen, as we said earlier, is one of the players that has very much made that throne his own.
I mean, you think if you score 3 goals, you've got a decent chance of winning a game, but not when you concede 6. So I think we know that what Moist are going to be thinking about going into the next game. Unless they can get a huge turnaround, they could be getting another answer. Surely not. Rezi's got an opportunity here. He gets into the corner, saved by Radosin. Joyo follows up. Huge block by Zen. Radosin gets it forward. Vitality survive. The 3 goals looking good, but Moist ending the game as they've been after every goal they've conceded, pushing right back. But this time Vitality have the answer. And Zen, we mentioned he was getting amongst the goals, Stumpy. How many is that this game?
He's managed to secure himself 4 in this game, only sitting there with a hat trick thinking, boys, I've kind of bossed this one. I'm kind of him. I think he would define me as him. And then he opens up the scoreboard, sees Zen on near enough 1,000 points and 4 goals. And thinking, oh, maybe I'm not him. Maybe I'm just somebody in the crowd.
I mean, this to me now, the question is, can Zen get 1,000 points? He's currently on 966.
In this 10-goal thriller, anything can happen.
Exactly. Come on, Zen, get yourself at least like a block. It's like, do you remember the game Greed, where you try to get as many points as you could?
We got 2 for a ball touch there, so congratulations.
Well done. I don't think it's going to happen for Zen.
Well, he'll get MVP.
MVP bonus. Ooh, we'll see. I mean, I don't think the players are actually thinking about it as much as we are. But that's all I'm wondering about.
And also, Zen left the game before we could look at the scoreboard, so cheers, mate. Appreciate that, pal. Yeah, very kind.
To change his goal explosion. He's seen it too many times. He's like, yeah, I'm sick of the Vitality one. That's what we're getting from in chat, by the way.
Bored of that now. But yeah, 7-3 Vitality. An incredible first game for them in this series. And the fact that, you know, we're seeing Zen not just performing very well in this game, but so far in this event, he is outperforming how he was doing in Spring and Worlds last season. He's outperforming on the main stats. This event so far, he's at 1.12 goals. In last spring, he was 0.78. He's beating his shooting percentage by 8% as well. He's also got about 15% higher goal participation. So Zen is everywhere that his team needs him to be, maybe even more so than he was last season. And that is a very, very terrifying prospect.
And I'm pleased that you're where we need you to be, Stumpy, here on the broadcast and not katana-ing your computer fan. I had to mention it again.
I put the back of my PC case back on, guys. Twitter was very angry at me for that. I'm very sorry. Procrastination got the better of me and I suffered. So that's my bad.
That's why he's wearing the silly jumper to apologise to everyone. He's wearing the dunce cap of a jumper.
That's so mean when you look how you do.
Game number 2 is loading up right now. Moist, they had 7 goals against them. They're really lingering on us right now, aren't they? So they stare at each other. Let the people judge the jumpers. Game 2 begins. Can Moist do better than conceding 7?
Go on, guys. Fight. Yeah, I mean, the fact that, as we said, we're seeing Moist getting 3 goals for themselves, not winning, that's got to be pretty rare. And Oli's going to be starting off with his 4th in the series. Moist, their first lead, and they're going to be happy for it. This is where they can take that momentum and switch it on. And it's a lovely touch from Oli to himself with the self-setup.
That does confirm as well that Oli will be changing his own goal explosion after this series, or after this game, because apparently when you get 4, you're sick of it.
Has to happen, and we've just been told as well that previous game where Zen managed to score 4 goals is the most that he has had in a game in the RLCS in his career. So congratulations, Zen, yet another record.
Yeah, it's his biggest achievement in Rocket League yet.
Good job, man.
He scored 4. Something Moist couldn't do in game number 1, but they're already a quarter of the way there now. Radosin, he's following in. That one just looping onto the backboard, where Joyo was waiting, more than eager to get the next touch there. As he's trying to get involved. He's been a little bit quiet so far, I'd say.
I agree.
In this series. I want to see a bit more from him.
Yeah, I think Rezi seemed somewhat lost at the back too. He's been in awkward positions. We saw him a minute ago. He goes for the in and out, then lands, does a wave dash. I think gets rid of all that speed, has to stop. Odin now to the ceiling. No reset, leaves it. Joyo with a snapshot, but now Rezi has to face down all of Vitality and does so.
That was brave from Rezi. He was way too far back, had to make a split-second decision, go or stay. He chose the former, it was correct, but you want to see him a little bit closer to the play so he can get more involved in what would have been a pretty devastating 3-man attack.
Yeah, Vitality being shut down in that manner is not going to happen every single day, so congratulations to Rezi for proving that he is, of course, in this game and making sure that he's going to be an important character on that Moist team. Minute and a half has now elapsed, and Alpha dribbling, that's 1, that's 2, over the crossbar. Joyo, though, can get that tap away, and Alpha showing off some mechanics. When previously he was just trying to bump players out the net, Radosin rockets it top right.
Once again, Alpha not getting the goal, but causing all the havoc. Actually, it was Zen there who got that one to the side that Radosin was following up. So, again, the Vitality trident working in full effect to equalize this time against Moist. Moist, who for the first time in this series took the lead earlier on. We're going to have to come back from parity once more. As Zen tackles Joyo in the air. Alpha's in front of Zen, clearing the path yet again. Zen wants to get the wave dash. There's Radosin too. The three of them have no fear right now.
But then equally, we saw that did end up leaving a couple of goals ready to be taken by Moist. They left their backline open. I think 2 goals especially were definitely because of Vitality pushing too far. Yes, they scored 7, it didn't matter. But if you continue that mantra through into other games, especially when you're at 1-1 with only 2 minutes gone, you're going to be giving up a few more opportunities than maybe you would like, especially against a team that we've seen that like to run with the momentum.
Nice little doink there from Zen, sending it high, but Oli wins the race for the next touch. Zen thinks his own play, getting involved there. Now's a chance for Joyo. Opportunities flying in for Moist, but that's poor from Oli. He could have done so much more.
I think he wasn't anticipating the ball to come down and land right at his feet, and so he just takes a little snapshot, but it had no power on it. A great pass central from Radosin. Stays close to the ball, so nobody from Vitality really can work their way in. Only now over the top, side wall, but Radosin again works himself from one net to the other, shooting and clearing in a matter of seconds.
I've got to say though, Moist, despite playing a little bit more defensively this game, they are beating Vitality cleanly to the occasional ball. Joyo, that's same right now.
Sorry, from Alpha, he just glided. He was just like, I'm just going to block this one, and just floats really nicely along with the ball and does get that block away.
He's Resi to the ceiling. Alpha's in front of him. He finds Joyo. Joyo didn't quite have the angle to shoot. But can wait for this one until Zen, who else, nips in, teeing up Alpha. The backball with him. 2 Moist players going for the ball is not ideal, nor is this for them. Zen gets the flip reset, but it's saved by Joyo.
Lovely touch in the corner too, and the pressure building against Moist here. However, they're dealing with it incredibly well, not letting any balls go loose. We've seen how much that can affect the team. We saw what happened with BDS when they just kept putting it middle in early of yesterday's broadcast. So Moist so far are making sure they're playing it intelligently until a double commit won't lead to anything bad. In fact, it will lead to something good with only taking a shot. Pass central, no one there to receive, and Zen punts it long, wants it gone.
It's definitely the biggest weakness for Moist right now, though. These double commits in defense, you're not going to get away with them. You're certainly not going to get opportunities for yourself from them all too often against Team Vitality. Oli's by himself, that's better. More spacious looking Moist, but they having to defend against Vitality for now. Alpha steams in there. There's Resi that gets another clean touch. Joyo's to his left. Can he get the pass? Oh yeah, he goes solo completely. Alpha was just waiting for that one. 50 seconds left. A much nervier game 2 now.
Yeah, Resi now having to charge back with Zen. Tries to find Alpha in the air. Actually flicked it towards him. Alpha couldn't make contact, but you see the cogs turning in Vitality's brains. They do not want this 1-1. They are begging for that 2-1 to come their way. Alpha gets a demo, and then Radosin shoots it wide. The angle's not there from Radosin, gets rid of Oli. Joyo has to try and get anything on the goal line. Zen charges in, takes a shot, saved away. Alpha central, and Joyo again to clear it. Now the counter-attack forming for Moist.
Resi is going to have to wait here. Nobody goes for the second touch. Oli is following up, desperate for this ball. Instead, from Resi's hit, they just have to leave some possession to Vitality, who are sending it back forward. Zen misses the ball. It's a chance here. Radosin to the backboard. Resi's there to save. Is Joyo going to attack this one? Yes, he is. 4 seconds left. They're ticking away. One more chance maybe for Moist. Oli has Joyo causing havoc on the backboard. Zen and Alpha, the 2 of them get it away, and we are heading to overtime.
That sequence from Vitality, you could sense a goal coming, and yet Moist again, as they have been doing this entire game, have kept a wonderful, strong wall right in their net. Alpha can receive the ball from Zen. Oli has to go off that backboard. Gets it cornerwood, but now with 0 boost, he can't get it too far. Does find Resi. These link-up plays from Moist, they're getting even better. Resi on target instead. Alpha saving it away yet again. The first 20 seconds has been in Moist's favor. It's a shot and it's a save by Rado.
Moist are going to be using the experience from yesterday, reverse sweeping the Swiss. So rare, so impressive. So very, very difficult that you can say the same about winning an overtime against Team Vitality as Joyo sends that one almost over the top of Zen. Oh, could he have faked that one and left it to Oli?
Maybe.
Instead, he glides with it in the air. It's going to fall to Resi. Resi, a man who's yet to come online this game and this series. And you definitely can't have Alpha just charging into you.
A Predator missile in the sky gets taken out. Alpha using his dodge to get enough speed to go supersonic to then demo him in the air. I feel like that's quite rare, the airbound demos, especially right next to the ceiling.
Oli's going to try and nip in ahead of Zen here. He's got a clean touch. Waits just that split second longer. It falls to Joyo. Oh! Over the top of Radosin, and we have parity in the series!
Wonderful pressure from Moist. They did not abate for a second. Only passing beats out one. Joyo, he's already up to shoot. Dead above Redosin. It's such an awkward spot to try and save it from. He's just waiting on the goal line, seeing what Joyo can put forward, and we know the magic that man can muster.
A casual sip of water from Joyo, who knows he just got a huge goal for his team. A massive performance yet again from Moist Esports. I mean, when they went 3 goals down in the first, 40 seconds of game 1? Did you anticipate this sort of turnaround?
I mean, not when it comes down to also having Moist with a lead in game number 2 as well. They held on and their defense really was fantastic. I was very impressed with that throughout the entire game. They couldn't quite capitalize on a couple of opportunities when Vitality did send it a little bit too far into the midfield. However, those saves from Vitality, when there were chances against them, they did a wonderful job of making sure that Moist had to work for a goal.
Yeah, and I mean, that chance at the end there, or the winner at the end from Joyo, that was not simple. When you have the big old French bulldog that is Redosin staring down at you from his own goal, you feel like there's not a lot of goal to aim for. Joyo went for power instead of accuracy. It ended up being the correct decision. And those are the moments where they turn to Joyo, where they need him, and he stepped up as needed.
Right. Decent chances for both teams to take this series. And bear in mind, a best of 7 here today on Saturday, then all series tomorrow. We're also going to be a lovely best of 7 too. But no more lives. These teams have burned a couple on each side. Vitality and Moist need to make sure that they are the ones to step over the other. Get to that top 4. Only 4 teams from Europe are going to these majors. And this first open qualifier is going to be incredibly important to decide that.
My eyes turn immediately again to Rezi. If he can step up and perform the way that we know he can, he was so huge last season for Hogan mode. It was his mechanics, really. It's an opportunity again. It's just not quite on for him. But the risk is there as far as Vitality are concerned.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Vitality also have got a newfound respect and seeing what Moist are able to put forward too. We are, however, seeing a lot of pre-jumps from Vitality. Zen has just done one. Redosin did one literally the earlier play. We've seen Alpha do it over and over again. I think it's quite choreographed what Moist are doing in a lot of ways, to the point where Vitality can think, okay.
Oh my goodness! Wow! Where on earth did that power come from? A sudden earthquake of a strike from Zen. He's going again. The man ain't cooking. He's almost burning the house down. Somehow it remains 0-0. But it's just decided he's going again. Zen's feeling it, dude. I
had no idea that shot was even going to be coming in. And it went about 400 miles an hour and then went back in time. A minute has passed. Vitality trying to get even more special goals on the board after their highlight reel of a season last year.
I didn't even see who got the save, but fair play to whoever it was from Moist. Anyway, here's Zen from the ceiling. Alpha's in the center, he dribbles it past them all, but it just spoons its way up, and now Oli should be able to knock this one away from Alpha. Vitality falling back on the all-reliable mechanics, but Joyos ain't bad either until he finds Zen on the goal line.
Open.
Oh, lovely touch. Rezi's coming in. Can he win the race? Not quite.
Redosin just having to be a little bit closer to that ball, gets a great save. Now Zen going for the hook shot, does get it on the goal line. Alpha with pure destruction.
Let's see who got this demo. It was Zen there.
Alpha.
And then in comes Alpha. He almost got the touch on the ball as well, like a Matrix rotation.
Oh, no, he did. Wait, he scored it as well.
What?
Yeah, he scored the goal, look.
That's why I was confused. That's why I was saying who got the bump.
He got both. And then Zen tidies it up, makes sure that then he is the player to actually get credited with a goal, thinking, Alpha, mate, I did the work for that one. Yeah, you got the demo. But Zen on the kickoff manages to get one for himself.
Oh man, I completely missed that. That threw me. Fair play, Alpha. I do like this arc of Alpha just being a bludgeon for Vitality.
It's wonderful. He's the tip of the spear. He's that hard wooden end on the battering ram against the walls of Moist.
Zen goes for the Psycho. Why not? When you're warming up the way Team Vitality are. Best of 7, remember everybody. Gonna be plenty of this. Plenty of showy goals between now and then, I'm sure, as Joy gets into the corner. Rezi's coming in, it's missed by Redosin. Rezi gets the bouncer, and once again, Moist are refusing to die.
Tips it over the top of the final defender too, only makes Redosin actually uncomfortable on the backboard, force him to jump. Rezi up for 1, and then Alpha gets, I think, bumped just out the way by Rezi as well. Almost like an arm wrestle between those two players. Alpha gets it one way, Rezi returns with a strong push. And now, again, just the one goal separating Moist from going even on Utopia.
Mate, this is turning into a classic series. I'm loving what I'm seeing between these players as Rezi. He tackles Alpha in the air, but Oli's all alone. He's got Alpha bearing down upon him. You got to dodge him. He's done it.
Brilliant.
He's also got a touch from the floor as well. Oli, that is quality play.
Lovely touches as well, where Oli, we've said it before, he is the man who seems to have a doubly as wide car as anybody else. His 50s are remarkable.
They call him Fat Car Freddy.
I don't know if they do, mate.
They should. Save by Redosin, top corner. Here is Fat Car Freddy. No boost, though. No boost Nigel as well, his other nickname.
Oh, he's got so many nicknames, but only one goal so far. Joyo! You sneaky young gentleman! That top corner's all his!
Let's just sit back and watch. The Moist Masterclass Zen. Look at Zen. Look at Zen's car not move. He's like, yeah, fair play. Alpha in chat. You can't see it. He says nice one. Joyo says thanks. 2-2, on we go.
Outrageous play. Zen can get one earlier. Joyo goes for it. And you love seeing when Joyo is mechanically on. That is a series that we're seeing here today. 2 minutes remain. Utopia. Everybody in the crowd is going to be cheering for both sides.
At least he's going to let this one go. I wonder if Joyo took a nice, calm sip of water after scoring that one, or
You'd hope.
elicited a little bit more emotion there. Rezi. Oli's to his side. Not much boost to play with, but he's going to have a chance to let this one bounce until Alpha steams in. Alpha is playing this whole game with the accelerate button taped down on his controller. Charging everywhere. Sent to the side up against Rezi now. Good pace from Rezi, almost finding Joyo. It's going to be Vitality with a chance. End-to-end stuff at the moment, Stumpy.
I'm enjoying seeing Joyo play in front of the ball too. He's seen how well that's working for Alpha. Taking a couple of leaves out of that book. He's stealing boosts, he's being a nuisance, he's bumping, he's just being generally a little bit awkward for Vitality to try and deal with. Because when you know there's a player behind you, you have to play a little bit differently. Zen in the midfield slows it down, takes it low. He's got 50 boosts, so to the ceiling he goes. That's a touch. It was Redosin getting Oli off the pitch too. Alpha going central with it. And now we see that Vitality press really start to squeeze Moist.
Joyo has the read on Zen. It's nice. It's going to go over the top of Joyo now, but Rezi comes in heroically for Moist. Vitality beginning to put the squeeze back on. Redosin to the corner. Hopes this one goes over the top of Rezi. It doesn't quite, but it does fall to Zen. That's exactly what Vitality want at the moment. Mechanically, the man is on. He finds Redosin, but the shot's weak. Oli has to avoid Alpha. He does.
It's open.
Rezi's there and a chance into the bottom corner, but there's Zen.
Zen sneaks his way back just in time. Final 30 seconds. Redosin finds Zen, goes for the shot, goes round two keepers as well. Vitality, toward the death of Game 3, secure their third goal.
You can score your psychos, you can score your redirects, but sometimes it is just your decision-making that's the difference between a goal and not. Zen chose perfectly, and now Moist have 25 seconds.
I can't help but think that second keeper might have been able to get a touch to it as well, because he just sees it having a little bit more time on the ball. And a double commit coming in from Moist again on that back line. They can't have their feathers be too rustled here.
Joyo to the ceiling, gets the second touch as well, but Zen charges him down. Then he follows it up, doesn't quite get the boost that he needed to get the ball. Alpha has a chance to finish it here. It's saved by Oli.
Safe.
Alpha wants to kill it.
That's good.
Oh, I thought for a second that one was going to hit the ramp, but it didn't. And Vitality go 2-1 up.
There's a very safe shot there from Alpha as well at the end, which I do respect. He took it low so that it couldn't just be punted straight back into his half. Takes a safe shot, sends it to the side. Just very good, solid game management there from Alpha. And again, Vitality just edging out Moist at the end of the game. And I think that when you look at, yes, you say the quality of goals, Joyo, my word, that's going to be on tomorrow's pre-show. I can already tell.
So
I can't wait to talk about that tomorrow. That's going to be a lot of fun. But Vitality, you're right. They took one shot at various points. They just made sure that Moist did not feel comfortable in their own net. I do feel like Moist are working themselves into more of an interesting position with every single game that goes past. They're going for more ahead of the ball plays. They're making sure that when they do take shots, they're going to be incredible, or they're going to be a little bit awkward.
Did you see the redirect? Yeah, we'll see it from a second angle as well. Here's Joyo cam. It's when you just want to watch. Oh, there you go. There's the reaction. That's what we want to see from Joyo. He's earned that.
That was wonderful. And then Rezi probably could have had that. He had a lot of boost too. Maybe we didn't expect that the first keeper couldn't get it, but it was just behind him. But I think Rezi really could have saved that shot, and we may well still have been in an overtime in an alternate universe.
Game 4 begins, and it has been an absolute stormer so far between Moist and Vitality. It's had mechanics, it's had mistakes, it's had early goals.
Oh my word, Moist. Figure out the first kickoff of, I'm pretty sure, every game so far has had a goal, either Vitality or for Moist. That time helped on its way by Oli, yes, but Radosin shouldn't be in a position that frequently to be able to get those shots off.
Yeah, Vitality definitely winning the kickoff game right now. They've done it again. Alpha has a chance. He goes for the bomb. Rezi backflips out the way. 2-0, 6 seconds.
Oh, Rezi, that's not a fun one. This is not. He doesn't even give Alpha the chance to hit him. He dips out. It's like he steps in the ring, sees Mike Tyson opposite him and goes, "No, I'm good," and just goes back into the changing room.
We are currently on for a 200-goal game. Let's see if Vitality can keep up that score rate. Not quite so far. They'll have to go back all the way to their own half for the first time this game, I believe.
Which is quite incredible, seeing as they've scored 2 goals.
Very, very impressive. A nice demo comes in. Oli, can he get this? Oh, he does! Joyo to let in. What a clever little play that was.
Goes up, goes down, goes all around, and then manages to get that first goal in favour of Moist. Awkward touches again. They don't need to be these rockets top corner. Sometimes you can just simply outplay your opponent, but that is a wonderful goal from Oli. And we said about 200 goals. Maybe not quite that much, but, you know, our 10-game thriller for the first game in... 10-goal thriller, sorry, for the first game in this series is currently under threat.
I'll tell you what, if this does go to 7, then some records might come tumbling. The amount of goals that we're seeing for both teams in this series. So let's all hope and pray that's what we see. Zen, of course, doesn't want it. He wants to end it as soon as possible as he goes to the ceiling. It's reminiscent of certain goals that he scored before, Stumpy. Not quite to be that time, but it does keep more pressure on. Alpha wants to get around the corner. This is bumbling it out. Zen almost in there as well. So much pressure from Vitality.
A bump from Zen removes a player from that defense, but Radosin can't work it past any of them. Alpha now to the ceiling. Rezi is up, pre-jumping. We're definitely seeing Rezi. After that goal's gone in, he thinks, I've not got much more to lose now. I need to make sure that I am pushing as hard as I can to prove that I am very much at this level, which we know he is, but proving it to yourself can sometimes be different, especially when maybe your lingering memory is, I literally backflipped when I had a shot against me. But this is dangerous. Rezi now to shoot, but Alpha! He just waited in goal very patiently.
It's too basic from Rezi there. Maybe he had a chance for a touch. He could have gone to the backboard. He could have done so much. Sometimes a snapshot works, so fair enough. You can't fault the decision-making. Yeah. Just the output wasn't to be. Only catches this one. Wants to link that one round. Vitality. Joyo wins the race there. Rezi's just hoping that Radosin won't get a clean touch. It's not the best from Radosin. Joyo's going to come into the back.
Well, like that.
Alpha should be able to get the touch. Joyo is the player for me that's looking like the difference maker for Moist.
Yeah, for sure. I think Joyo, he's also had a couple of standout goals too. He's been working in front of the ball, as I've mentioned a couple of times. He's being that player to make Vitality feel uneasy. Alpha tries to take a touch, but Radosin just sends it. And then Alpha sends Oli to the scrapyard. Joyo, left-hand side, drops the ball down towards Zen, but then removes Zen from the play. Zen does manage to stay on it, but nothing too convincing. We approach halftime in this game, and as I've said multiple times in other games, Moist, they're losing and they're trailing by just 1 goal.
But what we can also say across all these games is that when they concede 1 or 2, their heads are not dropping. It was something that happened to them last season in particular. You know, you'd know what sort of Moist you were going to get depending on the first 30, 40 seconds. This version of them has extra resilience, so they have extra ability. Joyo certainly does have extraordinary ability.
Lovely.
Rezi, and in comes the new man.
And we see him on his cam as well, just little, yes, let's go, like giving yourself that hype too. Joyo, wonderful pass, takes Zen out, takes Radosin out from the goal line. Radosin had Rezi completely in his blind spot, and he goes up a little bit too late. Rezi taking full advantage. They are now level. Moist are pushing it hard against Vitality, who go for a fake kickoff. Zen receives it from Alpha with a reset, takes it low, Radosin to receive. They get another chance to score, and fake kickoffs are absolutely on the cards for Vitality. Bear in mind as well, Cole, Fairy Peak being their coach, maybe he's pushing that side.
Oh, Moist have survived at least for now from that kickoff. Or nervy moments from the set play. Defending deeper, Moist. Rezi, does he slow this one down just to get a second on the ball? He does. That was all that was needed. Well played from him. Allows his team forward. Joyo continues what he started. He can't quite get the angle on the ball. Has to go from above it. Almost does something still. Challenge going to go into the center, so Alpha can air dribble it away. Joyo's looking a little bit flat-footed there in goal, so thankfully for him, Oli was flying in to help. Moist, you just want to see them get hold of the ball for a few seconds. It seems to belong to Vitality, even when Moist use it.
It's a chance of Rezi again to get a little bit of redemption. The third goal for Moist and the second for him in this game. It's a lovely pass straight down from Oli. Sorry, from Rezi back to Oli. Right place, right time. Third goal.
Moist have a late lead in this game, but we know that Vitality have been in scoring form. Moist, you got to keep pressing on that front foot. Here's Oli. Joyo's to his left. Oli almost gets it over Radosin. Radosin did have to invest all of his boost. Did enough to get it to Zen. What can the Magician conjure up? Nothing this time. Has to just leave it to Rezi. 55 seconds now. Vitality facing something they've rarely experienced this series. Chasing a lead. Alpha, there he gets over the top of both of them. It's going to fall to Zen. He's not going to miss it, but it's Alpha that owns the key.
Alpha with an outplay, gets out Joyo, goes for the reset, gets out Oli, Rezi bumps him, it's a little bit too late, Zen can receive. That wasn't a one-man outplay, that wasn't a two-man outplay. Alpha does the entirety of Moist to earn that goal.
And can Moist survive the kickoff? Vitality have been bossing these, but Moist come out the top of that one. Joe has a chance here. He's got a flip reset here. Zen sends it high, but what sort of havoc are the other attackers going to be causing flying in? It's Rezi. Falls towards Joyo, desperate for that ball. You know how he's feeling right now. He wants it, he wants the bouncer, he gets the bouncer, but it's saved by Radosin.
Chance now with Alpha on the left-hand wing. No more goals, we're going to be going to another overtime. Zen sends it high that right-hand side. Rezi to receive, gets it round onto the sidewall, beats out two in fact. Oli takes it lowly, and instead, he's not going to be able to get anything from it. That midfield now sees Joyo take it with 50 over Alpha, but Radosin positions himself on the backboard so nothing can come from those plays. Zen high with 50. But a pre-jump from Rezi sees us hit 0 seconds and do or die for these teams. A sensible touch to the ground for Radosin. Overtime in game 4.
The stakes could not be higher. Must be so desperate to get into that top 4 at the start. Only 4 teams from EU will be making the first major. So you're going to be chasing the whole time if you lose this series. Vitality, the champions, the world champions, currently staring down Moist. Radosin, he sends it to the side from Joyo. Zen might have a chance to wind one up here. He shoots it. Oli bravely got involved, but now Zen's on the attack on the
double
hunt.
commit.
So double commit yet again from Moist. They get away with it once more. How many more times can they, Stumpy?
Not many. Not many at all. We've seen just how well Vitality do learn from anything their opponent does. As I said before, they are a French AI. 45 seconds in this overtime. Alpha onto the ceiling, beats out one the second, but only that time covering the net as Rezi goes for an on-man challenge. Backboard found with Radosin there, who sent it long again. Rezi has time here. What does he do? Punts it up towards Joya, but gets tripped up on the way. Now Joya has to do something completely different. One reset into the second. Rezi is there. Rezi takes it low, but Radosin, seemingly the man time and time again to be the last line of defense for Vitality.
Oli tries to sow the seeds of yet another Moist attack. Here's Rezi. He's got the reset, but it's a little bit loose. Won't cause too much havoc, though. Joyo can just turn around, get things going again. Alpha, the game slows down just for a second until Oli gets a demo, gets a bump, almost gets a doink, but it's saved by Vitality.
Yeah, a doink or a man here. Either one does a lot of work. For Alpha now, right-hand side, challenges versus Oli, who's just picked up 100, but Alpha, he's in the middle, tries to go for that 50 over towards Zen. Isn't able to. Radosin shies away to get control of the ball. Rezi fakes him out completely. Doesn't go in for that challenge that Radosin was expecting.
Into the corner, Joyo's turn. Wants to get that sort of quick-fire double tap. Not quite to be, and now the chance for the counter from Vitality. Radosin flicking it all the way. Oli's going to be bundled towards his own goal. Radosin isn't going to score for it, but certainly the fear have got into Moist right there. Zen clears long. It's Moist now on the ascendancy. They're having the continued charges towards Vitality. Can they get that one chance that they need? Is this it? No, here's Alpha.
One goal is going to be putting Vitality on series point. But with this push from Moist, it's looking like we may well be going to that level series. Zen onto the ceiling. That's up, that's down, that's in! That is Zen!
The man that you turn to when you need a piece of magic. Of course, it was an Alpha pinch first to the ceiling from Zen. And I'll tell you what, Stumpy, in case anyone isn't sure, he 100% meant that to go in.
Yes, 100%. That is Alpha, the shot didn't go on. Fine. Zen's already downfield. He can get the touch. We saw it when, a few seasons ago, I want to say. It really seemed like going to the ceiling was going to be that meta. Instead of going towards the ground, you go to the ceiling to bounce it up and then straight back down again. Zen, bringing it back somewhat, doesn't need that second touch. That's not always the case. Magic from Zen. And Vitality, series point, 3-1 against the Moist that are battling in the top 8.
Yeah, it's been a respectable performance from Moist, but
They've been
Vitality just seems to have that extra, not even full gear, it's an extra quarter of a gear that just manages to see them away at times like this. What we are going to have, though, Stumpy, is an extra minute for Moist to discuss what's been happening, where the extra quarter of a gear comes from, what they can change. We have a tactical timeout.
Yeah, as we said before as well, this is where coaches can absolutely earn their paycheck. Noah, on the side of Moist, needs to try and figure out, I mean, he's been with Moist for, gosh, literally since they were picked up. He's a fantastic coach, has led them to major victories and major accomplishments as well. So he is going to be the man that is talking to them, keeping them calm or hyping them up, whichever one he decrees to be the best way to go.
It's looking like keeping them calm to me. I don't think there's much hyping going on here. They're taking their breathing, they're taking their time. They know they're up against it. They are up against it. At one.
Redsy's looking for different music to put on, which I respect. I like it. Go to the Game 7 playlist just so you can get yourself in that mindset of do or die.
Yeah, he's put on winning music instead of just losing music.
Winningmusic.wav.
And then behind Radosin, Fairy Peak there, the new coach, talking them through it. He's a man that I would trust as well. If Fairy Peak said, go for this, go for that, try this, you listen.
They really have gone from gold to gold, right? Like going from Farah to Fairy Peak I think that's brilliant. I absolutely love it. People were, I think, thinking when Farah wasn't part of Vitality anymore. Of course, he's gone to Karmine Corp, their biggest rivals. Everyone might have thought, okay, how are Vitality going to perform? Because we've seen just how much coaches, and Farah specifically, can change the landscape of a series and of a tournament entirely. Vitality are doing a good job after their stumbling block yesterday versus 100%. And now Game 5, Vitality, series point. It's a chance for them to win and for Moist to continue to earn a spot in this game.
An early lead for Moist. Could be massive. They almost get it. Just bits on the post there by Oli. It seems to be only Vitality can score directly from the kickoffs. Won't happen this time. Radosin's going to have to do a little bit more work than he's been doing for the early goals so far. In comes Zen. Oli's left underneath, looking a little bit starstruck, looking at Zen, but he does get the save. Well done.
Brilliant save from Oli. And I think also, to be fair, I think his positioning net was, it was all right. He found himself waiting in the middle, had boost, had time. Zen didn't do anything too crazy with it after he was originally challenged. So Oli able to get that touch away. It was good patience from him not to challenge him too early because Zen did have that reset. Now Joyo on the left-hand side clears the ball away. As I was saying, it's a chance for Moist here. Can they keep pushing Vitality as they have been and try not to trail by just a single goal in each game?
Another bump there from Radosin. Moist not able to just clear their lines for 1 second when they're in their own net. Constantly looking at these flies buzzing around them as Alpha gets a flip reset. Joyo's going to take a touch. I want to see Moist absolutely throw themselves at everything right now. Try and outdo Vitality for pace and mechanics. We know they've got it in them, especially with misses like that from Radosin. Joyo gets it back to Oli, who passes to the corner for some reason.
Joyo sends it out for a throw-in.
Yeah, into touch. He's playing rugby.
That's a minute and a half gone, and yet still no instant from either team. And both sides having decent chances as well. Alpha challenging, but Radosin taking it low, but the ball working its way away from him. Resi now sees two players central for him. Goes for a musty, but Zen is already up. Those pre-jumps from Vitality are shutting down a lot of the imagination that Moist have definitely started to get into their heads.
Oof. Radosin falls on the ball, collapses onto it. He doesn't have too much boost to send it away, so Joyo should be able to get a clean touch here. To the ceiling with him. And the block on Zen. Zen's coming in. He and Joyo have been a little bit quieter these last couple of games after the tactical showcase they showed earlier on in Utopia.
Good demo!
Oh, it's brilliance from Resi and Joyo, and it's 1-0 Moist.
Do you want to see a magic trick? Resi is going to make Zen disappear. Brilliant shot from Joyo. Sends it down the pitch. Moist with a lead. We approach half-time, but we've seen Moist lose it from this point previously. Do they have do they have the vitality to keep it on their side?
There's a pass towards Radosin. Alpha finds him out. Only save and a clean touch, but Resi gets in the way. That is not ideal from Moist. These are the moments where they're letting themselves down. In defense, the sort of nuts and bolts of keeping Vitality out, and they're just making one or two unforced errors. Alpha is trying to very much force one. Resi is forced upon him by Radosin. It's 1-1.
It's a three-man tumble towards the ball, and Vitality are the team that are going to be benefiting from it. Resi, it's an awkward touch central. Both Zen and Radosin were there to challenge on it too. And just with that much forward momentum, Radosin is going to muscle it past all the players. Halfway through, Moist in just 20 seconds have unfortunately for them lost their lead.
Joyo though to the ceiling, could get the instant response, almost did. A chunk of the ball was taken out by Vitality. Only follows up Radosin again, huge. The man has made so many saves from the side. Now Demo comes out. Moist kryptonite right now is Vitality charging at full steam towards them. So just flings that one over Alpha. 2 minutes remaining.
Good reset. Resi takes it low actually on that. That was a very nice wave dash. A very surprised Vitality defender wasn't able to get the ball away from it. Now in the midfield, sees Radosin only do battle. That one goes low and central. Ooh. And Joy takes a safe shot bottom corner. Does force Alpha to try and stretch for it, but he does so.
Joe loses that
Alpha.
race towards there, and Alpha's there waiting. Can't quite get the redirect on net. But it'll cause all sorts of problems. Radosin with the early shot. Joyo, he's charging back. He gets the save. So many clean touches for Vitality right now. Moist, they have to get in the way. They have to block it. Zen steals the goal. I don't think Vitality will care. It's 2-1 them.
Lovely play in the end. It's Zen with a technical doink. Gets the bump on Joyo. Straight off his car. He's very lucky that that has not been saved, actually. 90 seconds remaining, and that was a full Vitality shot goal.
Only will get control from this kick. No. Does see it to Resi, goes for the musty, to the crossbar, and Alpha can get the next touch.
But you know what I like about that? Resi called his teammate off. He said, I've got this, I can take the shot here. He's got that confidence. That is brilliant to see.
Zen clears it long. Resi's up in the air, pre-jumping too. He has improved as this series has gone on. But on a second score in the next 1 minute and 4 seconds, it will count for nothing. They have to get the equalizer here. Alpha, he avoids Joyo. Vitality more than happy just to steal the seconds away. Their name could be up in lights yet again. Top 4 so close, but Moist still have time.
Oli now with a chance, does not get it over the top of Zen, and Zen has plenty of boost and a reset. Can't quite get the second, but instead just goes for a little challenge in the midfield. Joyo bumps Radosin away from the ball, but instead Alpha is going to be the player to attack it. Oli towards Resi. Radosin midfield, and there is just, wherever you send the ball for Moist, there is a player on Vitality who's going to be challenging it. They're not giving Moist a centimetre.
Zen can't get that one towards net, but it's causing more danger for Moist. Oli has a chance, has to find Joyo, isn't able to do it. Can Moist get one more opportunity? They've fought so hard, but is their fight coming to an end right now? Oli follows it up. Radosin just putting extra nails in the coffin. Resi with a chance now. Radosin kills it, does so much work, takes so much time, and then there's Zen.
Lovely.
Doesn't need to put it on net, sends it downwards, and Team Vitality do make the top 4.
That's just wonderful game management at the end of that game too, and I think that's the story of the entire series. It's series management. You know you don't need a goal towards the end there. You just need to waste a little bit of time. Keep challenging. Moist couldn't do anything. Speaking of Moist, though, I'm so impressed. I appreciate that was a 4-1, but that was an incredible looking Vitality. We see the sportsmanship and the brotherhood that they've got over in the Vitality camp as well, and Moist pushed them. It was pretty much 1-goal games that was the difference, apart from that first 7-3 that we ended up seeing. that Moist has got a huge ceiling above them that they are going to be able to grow into, and I'm excited to see what they do.
Yeah, me too. I think the camaraderie is there for Moist, but Vitality, you can say the exact same thing, and they do have their spark still. We've seen world champions struggle the next season. You know, we saw
It's
it
almost a
in
curse,
BDS.
right? Like it happens
It can
frequently.
be. Yeah, and you can see why as well. You achieve the epitome of what can be done in this esport. Where do you go from there? But what we've learned from Vitality, Stumpy, is that they always want more. And today, they made a statement that they're going to get it.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at how Vitality want to play, they're playing aggressive, they are playing confident, they are playing all-out Rocket League. And there is even more Rocket League to come. We'll see you, all of lovely Rocket League fans, after the break.
with you now, and there's nowhere to run. Alright. Dropping the pin, pull up in 5 minutes. When I come through, it gets ridiculous. Locking the door, dress on the floor, got me wanting more. Was trying to be alone, didn't plan it, happened on its own.
Well, Team Vitality, of course, to be the first team into the semi-finals of the Rlcs 24 EU Qualifier #1. I am proud to be here with Team Vitality's new coach, but not new on the payroll for Vitality. You've been with them for a while. It's Fairy Peak. Welcome, Fairy Peak.
Hello.
Good to have you on here. I mean, yesterday we have to point out it was a bit of a tough start. How proud are you for them to return with that performance?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday it was the first day of like the season. So even if they finished world champion last season, like it's always a new start, like with fresh player, with everything. So maybe we were a bit stressed. I don't know. It was a bit weird, but like we worked on it yesterday night, and today we show them like we are still world champion class, and we're gonna try to go for the European title.
Who's that behind you? Is that a cheeky Zen right there? I mean, I do want to ask about him and the players. How hungry do they remain after winning Worlds last season?
I mean, they are really hungry again. They want to get the 2-time. They what? They all dream about that. And I mean, I'm there for that. So yeah, we just want to go for the 2-time world champion. But we're gonna take step by step. Like we're gonna go for the first regional first, and then we'll think about it.
It's definitely the smart way to do things. Are there any ways in which, under your coaching, they have improved since the last World Championship when they performed so well?
I mean, I can't tell my secret, you know? But,
oh no, I don't know any secrets, but like, any things that are sort of stepping up on.
Yeah, but I mean, the main point was, I was world champion. I know how it is after you win world championship, and then like you can feel a bit weird on the game because like you know it's like you ended the game. So I was there for that. Teach them some things, and I mean now I'm proud of them. They're showing a really good like face, and I mean, we saw them tonight. We saw them today, so now I'm really happy about them. And they trust my coaching skills, so I'm happy.
Of course. Before we let you go, Fairy Peak, just a quick word on the opponents. Any teams that you guys are maybe nervous to come up against at all? Maybe that's not the right word, but you know what I'm saying. Who's the best from the rest?
I don't know. Like, they all have their own skill set. Again, I think the best team right now outside of us, it's Karmine, Corp, BDS, and Gentlemate. So I believe we're gonna face Gentlemate next, and maybe Karmine Corp after. But we never know. Like the EU depth is really, really like huge. Like there's a lot of good team, even if like the name doesn't like make you wow. It's like big player, but they're all really good, even like top 16 teams. So we never know.
Well, you guys are continuing to step up. So impressive to watch you. A fantastic performance. Thank you so much for joining us, Fairy Peak, and congratulations to making the semi-finals.
Thank you so much, man. Have a nice one.
Team Vitality showing us again why people need to watch out for them. They are the reigning world champions for an absolute reason. Shaky start does not matter as long as you continue on getting better and better as you go. And they do that. Moist is able to get a couple sick goals, but they're not able to shut down Team Vitality. And Stumpy, you were down there. This was exciting to watch. Again, as I said, Moist had some fun goals, but ultimately it's Team Vitality they're up against.
I was so impressed with Moist the entire time. Like, I appreciate that they ended up losing the series 4-1, but I think it's one of those where you can't just look at the series score afterwards and think, yep, I've now got the full picture of how that series went, right? The goals that they were scoring were wonderful to watch. How they were playing felt almost there. There's like just those tiny little bits where you then see that they aren't disrupting in various ways, or and out of Moist, unfortunately, Rezi just wasn't quite as composed as we'd like to see him be. But when he gets there, which I'm sure that he will, Moist, they're going to be one of those teams that will think, yeah, they are a major spot.
Johnny, where do we feel Vitality is sitting? I mean, again, Fairy Peak was saying that he feels like, yeah, shaky start, but they have the game plan. They know what to do. Do you feel like they're exactly where they need to be, or there's still a little bit of warm-up for the team to go?
Well, you know, it might actually be a good thing that they didn't have it easy from the get-go. They've bounced back from that round 1 loss in Swiss, and now they look like they've taken their game to another level. We've seen that level, of course, from them many times in the past, but that's definitely the Vitality we expect to see moving forward. They are the team to beat until proven otherwise. Until they're eliminated, yeah, you might beat them in Swiss, but they are still the team to beat.
Well, they have moved forward in the bracket. We'll take a quick glance at that in case you guys forgot where all the rest of the squads were. Team Vitality taking down Moist Esports 4-1. They'll move on to the semifinals, where they do have to wait for that next matchup. And we still later today, we'll see Team Magnifico and BDS, and then Karmine Corp Endpoint to end off our day. I kind of want to just start talking about this next match before we get into it, so let's start talking about it, because I'm the host, I can move us on. Let's talk about Gentlemates and Team 3. Stumpy, Gentlemates, definitely I think the big, maybe not surprised, you look at the roster, you're like, these are good players.
Yeah, incredible.
But still, their day one performance was phenomenal.
Yeah, Gentlemates, I think people were seeing, like we predicted them against BDS. We thought, all right, BDS, they're probably going to take this, but Gentlemates are still good. They 3-0'd BDS. They then went through Redemption, and then they ended up going very close against Endpoint with that 5-game series. But they were one of only 2 teams alongside Karmine Corp to go 3-0. I am kind of blown away by just how well they have gelled so quickly. CJ, I think, called them sort of the leftover team of the other pro teams, but we've seen historically in season 2, for all you boomers out there of the RLCS, leftovers can still go to LAN.
Johnny, on the other side, Team 3. We looked at this, a couple Germans with Mark by 8 squished in the middle there. This is a player we said, hey, they can cause some chaos with this guy, and I think it comes down to Mark by 8 performing. How do you feel about what we've seen from him so far?
It's great what we're seeing from Mark by 8 right now. They've obviously lost 2 times in Swiss, but it was against Karmine Corp and BDS, so not well, let's just say they're quality losses. But what I like most about Mark by 8 at the moment is I think this lineup, this team can bring out that aggressive Mark by 8 that we all knew and loved way back in RLCS Season X, at the start of RLCS 2021-22 as well. He was the original first man, the guy cutting about in the midfield and disrupting the other team. But obviously with his full Spanish team at the start of last season, he had to take a bit more of a defensive role. He had Dorito and Atomic on his team, who are a bit more aggressive themselves. But yeah, you don't get much more defensive than German Rocket League. So that could be the perfect combination with Mark by 8 if we want to see him unleashed to his full potential.
And then, of course, the squad of Gentlemates, all of these players, I think you look at them on paper, Stumpy, we just said it a moment ago, all these players on paper could fit into a lot of top teams.
Yeah.
I mean, Itachi specifically was on one.
Well, that's where they came from.
Exactly.
So
so for them to perform like this isn't, as you said, maybe a large surprise, but do we find themselves, or do you think they're going to find themselves as one of those top 3 contenders as we carry on?
I like to think so because, oh my gosh. I like to think so, partially because I want to see those pink jerseys on LAN. Like,
Fair enough.
one of my favorite
Yeah.
jerseys they've got. One of my favorite decals that we've now got in the store as well. But I mean, I think the biggest question for them is how can they face one of the top teams when they've only played one of them once so far? And they did smash them, don't get me wrong, they were 3 vs BDS, but then they played Redemption, and then they played Endpoint. They haven't played your Karmine Corps, your Vitalities. They've not played up there just yet. So how are they going to do when they do then have to get through a semi-finals? This is, of course, the first step. Team 3 should theoretically be along the same lines as your Redemptions, as your Endpoints, but Team 3 have also done a fantastic job of getting here.
Well, let's start throwing. We got the matchup coming soon. Let's start throwing predictions on the board. We'll give chat a bit of time to spam away out here on what they think. This is another one that I'm honestly fairly certain is going to be a little lopsided. We've kind of looked at and discussed about Team 3 being one of those, it might sound mean, but one of those gatekeeper squads. They're always there. They're players that we see a lot and continue to perform at top level, but they kind of never peak past a certain level. So maybe they can show us something different today. But I do think we'll probably all end up in one spot. Let's look at the predictions. Let's talk about them. Is there any chance right now?
That's right. As well as being the favorites to win this one, as well as having French players on their roster, which is obviously very beneficial these days in the current competitive Rocket League climate, they had some very convincing plants in their little boot camp there. I don't think they were real. I think the jury's still out on whether or not the plants were real. You guys can take a look at them in the background.
I need to have a look at them.
Cameras.
I'm quite good.
I think they were I think they're all plastic, I'm going to be honest. But yeah, I reckon, good attempt there. Gentlemen, it's good to see the color in the background, the green color in a gaming room.
I agree. I love a good plant. I've got an entire plant shelf in my office that I need to literally.
Are your plants real, Stumpy? Are they real?
Johnny, do you expect me to have a fake partner? I know you do, but I'm not that kind of guy.
No, I know Stubby. I think they're all real for sure, and I bet you takes really good care of them.
Many. Yeah. I'd also say as well, real quick, that all of us across the board on the show have all gone for Gentle Mates. So Cole,
Everyone.
CJ, Shogun, it's everyone.
Yeah.
Predictions across the board are going to be pretty clean and safe today. Chat, you're with us as well. Let's get into our match as we get another team into the semifinals. Gentle Mates, the colloquial leftovers, are here to prove that we need to stop using that term. They can make their point now, lest Team 3 surprises them. Elimination on the line. Let's enjoy some Rocket League.
It's not Rizzo and Take 3, it's Rlcs and Team 3. They take on perhaps another emerging French powerhouse team. Winners got Vitality tomorrow in the semi-final, and I'm here with the voice of Rocket League. How we doing?
Oh my goodness, I need to let you take the intro more often, mate, if that's how you're going to bring me up on this one. I am fantastic. I'm looking forward to this. Are we a one-nation region? We might very well find out today, as the French have dominated everything. Might get an all-French top 4, but now we look towards the Spanish and the Germans to maybe try and put that one right.
And we mentioned French powerhouse as well. We have to talk about, obviously, Itachi, the Moroccan on the team,
yes.
but I mean, I feel like he's just one of the French at the moment. He's been on that many different
It's a whole
French teams in the
community. I
past.
feel like when we say French, we don't only just mean the nation. There is a community over there that they just develop so much talent.
And it is ridiculous. And just the way this bracket's gone as well. You look at all 4 of the quarterfinals today, each with their own French teams in them. It could be an entirely French top 4, Shogun.
Yeah, well, if we're going to have some hope for it not to happen, then you've got to be scoring open nets like the one we just saw. Ends up ricocheting off the post. And Team 3, the team that we don't know how to place this at the moment. It does feel like we're either going to get one or the other. Is it the same old Team 3, the gatekeepers of the region, or is bringing in Marked by 8 going to add that flair to them and make them a legitimate contender?
Marked by 8 is
you got to commit, Callison!
Oh, no!
You're there! You have to commit!
He's about that player that can trouble any team, but can also trouble his own at times in offense. Has had a little bit of a moment there. Here is Juicy on the ball.
He was in the perfect spot and he decided to Blair Witch it and just stare into the corner.
Look, Shogun, I'm trying to pump him up. I'm about to talk about how important and impactful he is on any lineup, and you're ruining the moment here. Let's forget about it. Let's forget about it and move on here as Mark clears that one across out of defense. Early touch. Or touch, you might get 2 here. Pop over the top. Rlcs is in big trouble somehow. Gets a touch on it. Seiko couldn't quite put that one away, and well, here's Mark's chance again. This time again, it is Seiko. And both teams just feeling each other out without a lot of moments. Another one here, but Mark's just walking away from the ball. He does not want to score.
Going off the backboard, nobody around. Itachi does finally clear. Catalysm is waiting for it. He's also awaiting 2 orange cards. Seiko didn't want to move too far forwards. He does now collect. Half the game gone. Somehow, no goals in. And Seiko, I think he wanted the ceiling pinch. Not going to happen. Highly mechanical play, but Itachi's actually got everyone outplayed, and Juicy will slot the ball in.
Yeah, Juicy gets the first. All Itachi, though. We talked about him, the Moroccan. 1, 2, 3 off the side, and just able to beat 2. Rlcs last, not expecting the power on the second touch. Finds Juicy. Easiest finish that he could possibly have. And there you go. Again, the Gentle Mates, a team that we unanimously didn't predict yesterday. Coming up against BDS, proving everyone wrong, and really dealing with the Swiss stage very, very comfortably. And stepping up again here in game 1.
Yet again, Juicy trying to move on forwards. We get too much for it. Seiko whiffs on it entirely, and Itachi was almost caught in a bad spot. And Itachi, for at least the time that we got to spend watching this team yesterday, he was a standout performer. He was playing brilliantly. Obviously, we didn't get to watch their entire time. For us, the sort of the joy of Swiss. We get bits and pieces, but the little bits that we did get. Looking forward to seeing more from him. Juicy looking for the sidewall double. Not going to find it. Still 1 goal difference.
And Seiko forcing that one forward. Catalysm catches. It's a nice little pop. I know Juicy gets the win, but means Mark gets a free hit. Probably wants that touch again. Rlcs has to go forward. A double commit here from Gentle Mates. They're on the attack now, 2-on-1. If Mark can go quick, but opting to back up again. Gentlemates having all the offense, having the pressure, and right now we're seeing it again. Team 3 just happy to play defense, but quickly, only a minute left here, they need a score.
Yeah, Team 3 looked very good for the opening 2 minutes, but they've been trapped back here ever since that goal went in. You would assume it was Gentlemates that were trying to find the goal, the amount of offense that they've had. Juicy, only as far as marked by 8, steals the boost. That's a big, big hurt there for Gentlemates. It's going to make clearing this ball all the much more difficult, although Rlcs in field. Mark's not going to get there in time. 45 seconds.
A couple times now where Mark hasn't opted to push up, and his positioning just a little bit too defensive for perhaps what Team 3 need, especially when you're down a goal coming to the end of this first game. Double commit here from Gentlemates in the corner. That's always going to be dangerous for positioning. Itachi has to get in there. Juicy clears the ball, but they're letting Team 3 attack. Here we go. Catalysm with boost, trying to fake out Itachi. Reset over the top dunk. Itachi just floats there. Demo's coming through. The Gentlemates dealing with it now. 15 seconds, and it's down the wrong end.
Yeah, Itachi did so much good work. He slowed down the play. He got some contact on it. Seiko looking to try and put this away. What a save that is! But Itachi will follow up 2-0.
Yeah, they just overcommitted. They threw everything in that last play. Only 10 seconds left. It made sense in the moment, but there it was. Seiko dropping it down. Itachi, another open net, another easy finish for Gentlemates, and that'll be game 1 under wraps. They had more offense, more pressure, and really were willing to take a few more risks than Team 3. It has paid off here. And now let's see if they can respond, this team, in the next game.
Yeah, reminder for those of you that are joining us for this new RLCS season, maybe don't quite know how today is different from the other days. Well, firstly, it is a best of 7, and secondly, we do have the introduction of timeouts for these teams. So if there's something that the coaches do not like, then they might very well call that, and that'll be 2 minutes. But it's game 1, usually not called unless something diabolical has happened. My big issue.
I've done a game 1 timeout. I think I can throw teams. Do you know what I've done as well,
You had a timeout so you could eat a banana once.
I did. We were 3. We won, I believe, game 5. I called the timeout on behalf of the other team because we won. That was 200 IQ, I thought. I ate a banana. We did lose the next game. Maybe don't do it again. Learnt my lesson. But, you know, I like the mental warfare. It's one thing to win on the pitch. It's another thing to win in the mind, the mentality of it all. Didn't work that time, and no timeout for Team 3 here, or Gentlemates.
I am still very shocked that we haven't seen like the BM timeouts, especially during like the rivalry games.
Like 3-0 up and timing out, just for the sake of it.
Absolutely, you got to really rub that one in. But for me, I think Team 3, like my big worry here was, and I don't know necessarily the root cause of it, because you have to sort of rewind the plays quite a bit, but they were not turning up to the plays on time. I felt like Mark was making his way forward towards the end there, where we saw that infield pass, but he wasn't there just yet, and it feels like there was a bit of a communication or a rotational issue where they want the pass, they just don't have passing options.
Yeah, he was playing safe. It's fine to do when perhaps you're leading, or even, you know, even when the scores are level, but when you're down a goal, you want to see some more aggression. He has to make a good save there, and oh, what a clear from Rlcs. Seiko ready for that one. But I would love to see, as you said, a bit more aggression from Mark. I know he has that midfield game in him, that disruptive play, but I need to see it in the offensive end.
Good challenge again from Juicy, who has won the vast majority of the ones that he's been involved with. Galism out of boost, now has Mark by 8, trying to charge on forwards. Gentlemates just dodging and diving away from every demo that we do see through from Team 3. And Juicy again crushes another challenge. He's waiting for it. Mark recognized it, actually. Knew he couldn't go back that way, otherwise Juicy was going to take over. But for now, there's no good options. Gentlemates are swarming this offense. Can finally Team 3 get away?
Yeah, that's the situation there where Mark's positioning does help the team, because he's naturally just going to sit a little bit deeper, and when you get a touch over the top, he is ready. Whereas other players can be caught under the ball, just like Rlcs there. Catalysm this time takes it off him. Gets the ball. Juicy trying to work that one around. First sort of offense, but Itachi's dealing with it. Gentlemates pushing downfield, pre-jump on the touch from Seiko. Manages to get 2. Gentlemates trying to keep this offense in. And doing well for now. 1, 2, 3. Getting bumped is Catalysm. A commit again. Mark has to go. He's very slow. Just gets a fingernail on it. They keep it out of net.
Having to avoid being demoed so often. Mark has, for 2 or 3 times in a row, had to jump a couple of seconds earlier than he wants to and just float and hope that nobody gets to him and that he can still get to the ball. Very awkward. But they have held on to it. And we already saw in the last game that if you don't take full advantage of the chances you get in the opening 2 minutes, it can come back to haunt you. But we are just living in this blue side of the field. Gentlemates having none of defense. They don't fancy seeing it whatsoever.
Set up so well, aren't they? Pushing right back into this half of Team 3. And marked by 8 so often here, you see him being third man stuck deep. He really just feels like he can't afford to push forward just with how fast the ball's coming back into that blue end. And there we go. More aggressive positioning. Might have paid off. No. Shot coming through. Catalysm has to score. There were 2 chances there for the Team 3. Finally, marked by 8 showed some aggression and almost paid off.
Yeah, I understand you're trying to put it behind the goalkeeper, but it's a very tight angle between that and the post. Now Catalysm yet again. Got an extra touch that maybe Itachi wasn't expecting. Still dealt with it well. Into a drop down pass to Rlcs. But that's not... Oh, that's dangerous. So the Juicy has made a real problem of that ball. And they have got away.
He took it a little bit too comfortable there. It
was too easy.
Yeah, he did take it too easy, and he ended up passing it straight to Team 3. But again, no damage done so far. This could be a passing option. There's kind of the mindset right now of Team 3. They really just want to get it out of that blue half. Marked by 8, low boost, doesn't opt for the pass. But it does mean they don't get sustained offense. When they do look for that pass, we saw it before, they almost scored. Here we go again. Another passing play. It's Rlcs this time. Flip reset. Seiko can't get the touch. Juicy just back. These passing plays proving a lot more effective for Team 3.
Yeah, Team 3 are starting to get a little bit more confident. And they're going to need to be because they are sitting very deep. It's like they don't quite believe in the outplay. So even if it succeeds, there's no follow-up. Massive challenge there for Rlcs. Gentlemates back to their comfort zone. That's not a great clear from Catalysm. Itachi kind of responds in kind. Needs somebody to control this ball. Nobody really wants to keep control of it whatsoever. And it's going to be Seiko finally claiming it for his own. Still not the best first touch from him. Both teams kind of shaky in the last few moments.
And both teams not really willing to push forward. You can see how spread out all 6 cars are on this pitch. Quite the opposite of what you often see from a Vitality or even a Moist, to a really all attack or all defense together. Right now, that's a huge dunk coming through. Itachi couldn't quite get that one on net. But again, both teams just spreading out, happy to back off. This is a great chance here. Itachi has to land. Mark circling, trying to get a bump. Rlcs in there as well. Team 3 trying to push forward. 15 seconds left. Can they break it here? Seiko's in a terrible spot. Backboard fake. Rlcs underneath. Again bailed out. This time Itachi. Are we going to get OT? Or have they completely bottled it? Bottom corner's free. Gentlemates score. 5 seconds remain.
It's a big decision for Mark by 8. He knows he wants to turn to challenge, but you've either got to kill the ball or keep it somewhere safe. Instead, it went to the single worst spot right into the middle. And there was, unfortunately for him, an orange car waiting. Fake kickoff. Mark by 8 lays the Catalysm. Infield, Rlcs, the backboard already covered by Juicy. And they have got the ball to the floor. That is half the job done for Gentlemates.
I tell you what, Team 3 are just making the wrong decision at the wrong moment. They're zigging when they should be zagging here. And that time, marked by 8, it is a sin of Team Play Rocket League to be challenging that third man. You just have no support. You're really relying on the luck of that 50 going in a direction that isn't in danger. And unfortunately,
it seemed to me like it felt like the shadow defense and the fake there would be like too obvious. So hey, if he knows I'm going to do that, then I'm going to do this. Sometimes it's obvious for a reason.
Yeah, it just wasn't the play there. He had to back off. He had to let his teammates come back and give him some support. And as a player that, we saw what he did defensively, what he normally does defensively is just back right off when he sees a threat. But you see it there, third man, perhaps because they had that late pressure. They wanted to get that late goal. They saw the opportunity. Gentlemates were low on boost, but again, it was the wrong decision. He took a bad 50 and an open net, easy goal. Can't afford that here in a quarterfinal in Europe, in a region that is so competitive. And with a 2-0 lead now, we haven't, I don't think we've seen no timeout. We're getting confirmation there. No timeout, 2-0 down. Now, if I was playing, this is when you'd absolutely call a timeout. They need to reset. But
do you want to know how weird that one is? Even our producer who told us no timeout sounded a little bit like, really?
He
Are they not?
He sounded very surprised, which is, I'm quite as surprised as well. I think the reason being, for those wondering, is, you drop this game, now you've got a reverse sweep in a best of 7. It doesn't happen often. We've got our stats man, Direct, who will confirm that it is not a likely scenario to win 4 on the trot in a BO7.
So, all in all, this is must win for Team 3. Last game made a good accounting of themselves. Still didn't quite get the win for it. Calism trying to at least play around with it. Marked by infield. Team 3 going to the infield, well, quite often, but at the same time, they are still getting the first contact on it. Nice demo. First one that's really worked out for Team 3. What can they do with it? Oh, very well covered by Itachi. And by Gentlemate's defense, did not seem all that bothered. Instead, they're in offense and not far off.
And I think that the scoreline probably doesn't tell the entire story. Team 3 yet to really trouble Gentlemates, but you see the opportunities they have had. They have had some really good chances when they're looking for passes and looking for plays like this. If Mark by 8 can turn, that'll put pressure on. That forces a double commit. Luckily enough, Itachi's position, he's absolutely flawless, and he gets a reset. Mark should deal with it. There it is again. Team 3 caught out Gentlemates on a double commit. And I like seeing this aggression from Mark by 8. They're not out of this series. They just need to be worried about that opening. Does get a good save.
Very nice indeed, but this is starting to look an awful lot like game number 2. Catalysm clears long. Seiko controls. Just the range of the field that Seiko can work with when he's holding the midfield. Ridiculous. It does not seem like there's any challenge that can go over the top of his head. Catalysm back into the midfield, does get the reset. Opportunity now for his team to escape. He still has the 100, but he needs a challenge to come through from a teammate, and at no point did they really want to commit.
It's great to see this style as well. We obviously saw Juicy last season on Moist Esports, now moving over to Gentlemates, and I think he'll just keep on improving, getting better and better. Young up-and-comer last season, but right now, I mean, they haven't put a foot wrong. They just keep on winning. Shogun, the Swiss stage was easy for them. There was a chance. Seiko waiting in net. Team 3, again, they're looking likely in offense without creating that finishing touch. This time, Juicy whiffs. Mark gets a huge dunk. Seiko last. Has to get 2 on it. Fantastic catch. Low boost and fakes 1. Gets a 50 on 2. That's perfect play in defense there from Seiko, and that is probably the difference. They're just a bit more clinical, and that pinch is almost on net. Straight away on attack for Gentlemates.
Whatever Itachi thinks of is working out brilliantly for him. No mechanical foot going wrong. Instantly it's taken over, tries to go for the bump. Mark by 8 spots it. Seiko only as far as Rlcs. Again, Seiko's midfield control. You just get some contact on it. And it ruined any counter-attacking hopes that you were possibly hoping to play. That's now off the back, and goes the shot, and Rlcs clears the lines.
Yeah, they're hanging in there, but they need to be pushing forward. I want to see some more passes, perhaps out of defense right now, just for Team 3 to find a way out. This is going to be dangerous because the fake's coming through. Itachi perhaps should have gone on net there. He went for the backboard, hoping that the defender would try and cover a shot. Catalysm's got a nice 50. Seiko last has to buy time, but that's the difference there. Gentlemates, when they're third, they're making good decisions, and they're allowing their teammates to get back. They're buying enough time. We're just seeing some mistakes down the other end, down this half right now. Here's Itachi, tries to control that one over the top. Mark's going to control it, corner. Doesn't get a second on it. Almost the bump coming through. Juicies get caught, but no, Mark couldn't get the bump. There are chances. There's little openings here for Team 3. They just have to find it.
It's just the confidence in the midfield. The jump ups, oh, double commit. It's gonna make this very easy now for Itachi. Another double commit. Well, Team 3 are one more player away from getting the triple. As now Juicy tries to go far side. And they've still managed to keep a hold of this place somehow. Mark is scrambling. Not gonna let anyone get in his way. Seiko looking to outplay everybody. Reset, backboard. Who's up first? Oh, nobody. Gentlemates, I don't think even they expected him to do that much for them.
They backed right off as well. They weren't worried about trying to score, just worried about a potential counter-attack. Here we go again, though. This could be another counter. Itachi's up. Mark gets a beat. Again, just Itachi just clutching up when he needs to the most. I want to see some more passes here. 20 seconds left. This time, will Team 3 be happy to go to OT? Are they going to overcommit like we saw last game? Another little double commit for really no reason on that side. Didn't beat anyone here on Gentlemate. 7 seconds. Will we get our first overtime here? Juicy's up. He wants to end this one. He wants to finish this and push on to match point, but ball's still alive for the moment. Seiko trying to get a bump follow-up underneath it. Oh no, or perhaps a one-on-one, but Mark couldn't keep it up. We do get overtime here, game number 3.
And this goal is also very important. Must score. Mark's going to try and take it. Kind of backed off from trying to use the pinch to just shot quite early on. But here's been the major problem for Team 3. They can get out of defense now. That's kind of been solved. Staying in offense has not been anything from them. There's a double commit. Oh, that's going to force so much work from Rlcs. Gets the ball over to Catalysm. Kept that relatively calm. We usually get to this spot, and then nobody goes for Team 3. And yet again, they have gone a little bit late. Gentlemates have the ball in their side of the field.
You talk about the importance of this game, and we can back it up with stats right here in RLCS history. The statistical likelihood, the percentage chance of a reverse sweep if Team 3 were to drop this is 1%. 99 out of 100 times the Team 3-0 up locks it down and at least secures a series win. So this overtime right now, so crucial. If Team 3 want to stay alive in this series, if they want to stay alive in this first European qualifier, it starts right here. But Juicy has a reset. That's a great challenge from Catalysm. And again, I want to see some more passes coming through. Team 3 out of net. Freaky, the coach, I'm sure will be giving some instructions to them. An absolute veteran of RLCS. One of the best players of the old, I don't know, the olden, what do we call it? The old times? The olden era?
Yeah.
Superstar.
And probably the holder of the funniest victory over OCE in history.
Yeah, it was.
I think you guys like to talk about that one.
Yeah, may Renegade Soul rest in peace. Rlcs though gets a nice little challenge. Here we go, Mark. Should be a goal here. He drops it home. Team 3 get there first, and that 1% chance just got a lot more likely for the win.
Yeah, Rlcs did all he had to do, but this is where the confidence of Gentlemates came back to bite them. They have won those challenges so often that the idea that they could lose them wasn't something they were actually prepared for. Juicy completely out of position, couldn't defend the goal, couldn't attack the shot. 1-0. Team 3 stay alive in this match.
Gentlemates, you see it on the stats. We can see it there. 12 shots to 4. They had all the offense, all the pressure, but that time, defense held strong for Team 3, and they found their chance when they did get it. Whereas in the first couple of games, we just saw them miss some opportunities in that end. But again, I mean, we can't understate the importance of that win for Team 3. The series is pretty much all but over if they lost that overtime. They've kept it alive 2-1 now. And perhaps some momentum. No timeout again. We haven't seen Gentlemates instantly try and stop the momentum. So both teams still have the timeout up their sleeve.
Yeah, I think we're going to get that called no matter what the result in the next game. But this is a significantly improved performance from Team 3. And it is, you know, kind of the narrative around them in the moment is like, we're trying to find out, is this now a contending team? Or is it, you know, good old Team 3 back to top 8? You know, good to see you here, but let's see who beats you so we actually know who the contenders are. You never want that story to be around you. You want to be one of the teams that's contending for championships. It's time to do away with it. And you do that, Team 3, by taking the hype around Gentlemates, joining the RLCS, and taking it for yourself.
It'd be an absolute statement. And for Team 3, here we go again. It took them over 15 minutes, Shogun, to score their first goal in this series, but they've got 2 in the matter of 10 seconds between games. Catalysm off the kickoff, and perhaps some momentum has been swung right around.
That was out of nowhere. At no point did anybody expect, all right, maybe backboard double tap, maybe flip reset. Ground pinch attempt was not on the cards.
Found it though, they found the opening. This could be the instant response, and it is. Itachi, a beautiful infield pass from Seiko. Just recognizing where the defense was, where the space. Look at them all front post. Catalysm is on the backboard. There is no one covering the infield. And that is just beautiful recognition from Seiko. Itachi had a free shot, did the rest, put it low around the crossbar defender. And that's a great response from a great team.
All right, lads, we've seen the defensive displays. We've got these opening goals. It's one each in 30 seconds. It's time to start blowing this match wide open and get the high level of Rocket League. And the outplays that we know both these teams can do. Juicy gonna go along with it. Speculative. Catalysm's not gonna make a mistake, but still gives his team a decent amount of territory. Rlcs goes long. Mark Bay trying to chase. He's going to try and still find the demo on Seiko. It is interesting, actually. I would love if we could just like spend some time on Mark Bay's camera and see like what his role is, because that was a lot of boost used to kind of go around the world on the map. Instead, we are with Juicy looking for the backboard double.
Yeah, well, he can afford to do that when both his teammates are basically in the other net, sitting so deep. I think the coach of Team 3 can tell you a lot about their play style. Freaky as a player. We looked at Veloce. You know, you mentioned the World Championships, a very defensive team. They were basically playing volleyball. It's just keep the ball in the other half whilst not committing into the offense. And we saw it earlier on. We were talking about Mark by 8 being a little bit more defensive than I'd like, but it's a clear play style, and they held strong. They got the win last game. That's what they want. They had less shots. They had 12 shots to 4. But got the job done. They just wore out that offense from Gentlemates and then found their chance. Let's see if they can do it again.
Popping the ball up, Seiko, double attempted. Didn't quite have the angle to keep that card moving upwards. Now up goes Mark by 8. Backboard aimed for by him. Again, they're just waiting for that mistake. A couple of demos. But very often, the option seems to be to retreat. Wait for the big opportunity. Do not take any half chances. Question really is, if Gentlemates are playing in form, CJ, where do you get that big opportunity?
Yeah, they really need to rely on an overcommit. Seiko's got to reset. This is big trouble. Needs help, and no help provided because Juicy outpaces Mark by 8 to the follow-up. Gentlemates get the lead.
Yeah, you're playing with fire when you're going to let Seiko have that kind of space. Got to get something over to him. Even if you're not going to win the challenge, you just got to make him second guess. Feels like everyone forgot just what Seiko was capable of. Looking to re-establish that. Now Juicy up. Back to Seiko. Too much work for him to do. An awful lot of angle. Instead, he's now passed it over to Itachi. Just playing keep away for the time being. Rlcs, not a huge amount on. That's just invited Juicy, ball and boost. It's horrible news for the long run, as Team 3 still can't find a way out.
Yeah, and you see, that's their game plan. He's keeping it in the corner. They're trying to play so safe, but if you don't get the touch you want, it means that Gentlemates can just steal all of your boost. They've got control of all of the mid boost and field control right now, but as I said, that feels like it's Team 3 style. It's worked so far. It got them through in perhaps an upset into the top 8, especially when you look at the team, I guess, power rankings from the other top 16 teams. Perhaps not expecting Team 3 to be here, but they've done so well. This time, though, they've got a strong opposition. They've got perhaps a new top 4 team they've got to try and take down as Juicy gets 1, gets 2. Seiko's there trying to fake out Rlcs, but he's got boost, and he can push forward. Itachi needs to get it clear, does well. Seiko didn't quite trust him, but they're out of trouble.
Yeah, you can double commit those as long as somebody makes contact. You're all good. Now looking for the demo. Seiko is bumped, and Catalysm ties it up 2 each.
Finally, they choose to push down. You see the aggression. It's Rlcs recognizing Seiko. He's left on an island last man, and he gets the bump. 2-on-1 play, and that's the change up there. You're expecting, if you're Gentlemates, just the defensive style to continue from Team 3. But we see the change up, the aggressive positioning. It pays off. They get the equalizer.
Oh, Rlcs Kind of turned himself into a pretzel, but he did get rid of the ball. And it has seen the boost turn up just in time for him. 2 each, team 3 trying to get this series back on even playing. And there's another bump. Juicy still stuck with it.
Oh, and another 50 from Mark by 8 third man, which we know what happened after game 2. Didn't quite punish them there, but they still have lost pressure. Seiko misses a touch. Here we go. Rizek's downfield. They've looked so good, Team 3. When they're willing to take that risk, send a player downfield, get a redirect. Juicy's faked everyone out. Catalysm can't quite get it. Follow up, double commit, quadruple commit. Both teams just throwing it out there. I think it's 13 seconds left. That's why. Juicy throwing it forward. Gentlemates, perhaps the last attack. 10 seconds left. Team 3 just want to hang on. Want to force this overtime. It worked for them last game. Catalysm pushing the ball forward. A touch is there as well. 2 seconds left. What does Rizex do? Does he want to keep it up? He's throwing the ball to Juicy. A touch is downfield. A touch is got 2. Seiko's got 3. Gentlemates on 0. Move on to 3-1.
You dare to come at them, you better get the job done. They tried, they failed, and now 3-1, Gentlemates. You questioned it the moment it happened, CJ. That's why.
It's just the risk that they've taken twice now. It happened in game 2. We saw Mark pushing forward, took a bad 50, and then again in game 4. At the death, 0-0. They went for it, Team 3. They went for the goal. They had possession. They had control. They had the air dribble in midfield, but they went for the beat. And it's punished them yet again here. Gentlemates capitalize another. Well, this time it was 0 seconds. It wasn't 5 seconds left. But that is clutch there. And that is what this new team can show. This new, perhaps, French powerhouse. Yet another one. It's ridiculous to say. We've got so many. But 3-1 now, Shogun. It's looking pretty... It's looking pretty worrying. No timeout.
No, they... Okay, we've had this situation before once where a coach did not know that they could call timeouts. Maybe this is happening again? You'd assume Freaky knows, right?
I just have to think that, you know, you look at that game, it should have gone to overtime. It should have been 2-2. They won the last overtime. It was just one mistake. You know, it's almost a mindset switch. Do they need the overtime? Perhaps Freaky's thinking, do they need the reset? I think they're playing decently. I like when they're pushing downfield. They're still creating a few errors in defense, but perhaps Freaky's comfortable with where this game's at, with how the team's playing, and doesn't need a timeout. Well, we'll find out right now, Shogun, game 5.
Certainly will. There seems to be 2 different faces to this team. The offense has been so good when they can get it clicking. But getting that rotation into a spot where they're comfortable with has not been all that easy. Double commit there from Gentlemates. Juicy still pretty happy with his spot. Oh, nice infield. Itachi's just a little bit too far forward, though. There's a millimeter sort of play. Itachi's just so difficult to work around. Seiko's stuck with it. A little bit easily beat there by Catalysm. That's another game where that midfield belongs to Gentlemates, and so does the lead.
Just a massive mistake again, really, for no reason. It was Rizex getting caught out. He actually thought he'd leave that for Mark, but Mark wasn't ready to take that ball. And unfortunately, Seiko was in between them. He was the offense in the defensive sandwich, and he gets the redirect on net. The worst possible start here. Again, no OT, or so no timeout called. Well, could that come back to backfire here on Team 3?
They just seem a little bit disjointed at the moment, out of sync with one another. When things get up to pace, Team 3 are fine, but when it slows down, that's when they tend to get in their own way. And when you're playing defense, you end up playing slow. You're stuck in your own third of the field. With the Gentlemates that are stealing all your boost. Double commit. And yeah, Seiko's going to rather wisely start heading back to his own side of the field. No point taking any unnecessary risks. Sidewall double, too much.
Yeah, Juicy respected it though, but no follow-up there, no communication again. They have to change up the style now, I'll say it. They have to look for that player downfield. Whenever Team 3 have scored, it's been finding a player downfield, whether that's that guy going for a bump or just getting a redirect on net. That's when they've looked dangerous. That's when they're scoring. And we need to see that offensive shake-up. They cannot keep playing this defensive style. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Catalysm throws it on net. Seiko with an enormous save and a follow-up. Mark trying to keep it in there. Team 3 cannot find the net. More bumps coming through. Itachi's flopping like a fish, but the fish is surviving.
I say you can't play with fire. Well, they're juggling with it. And finally, they will drop one of the batons. It felt like it was either this or nothing for Team 3. They sent everything for it. And there is their just rewards.
Finally they get that equalizer. And you see it's more aggression. When they're playing well, I know that they like this defensive
we've done this so
style.
many seasons, CJ. It's the most annoying thing on the planet.
I mean, they love it. They love this defensive style, Shogun, but I just want to see them push the ball. I want to take chances, not just when they're losing, but in situations like this, at 1-1, I want to see that aggression. First man pushing up, looking for bumps, and just worrying Gentlemates because they're so comfortable in chances like this. And Itachi gets a follow. It's a double commit in defense. It's more boost wasted here for Team 3. They need to hold on. Gentlemates keeping the ball in. Seiko circling. Itachi trying to find top corner. Good save from Catalysm, but they're not working it out just yet.
Rizek comes to the wall. He's got a little bit of time, but he's got to take it. Didn't quite have the boost, though. Marked by 8. Out to Itachi. Tries to control. Realizes that first touch wasn't up to his own standards. Still keeps it going, though. Now Seiko down to Juicy. That's a big win. Itachi has to be confident. And that third man role, if you're going to dive in like Itachi just did, you have to win, and you have to win decisively. Itachi is outplaying everybody. That is someone very full of confidence.
Yeah, low boost though as Itachi grabs that mid. That's not a touch that he wanted. Catalysm 0 just forces the ball forward. Rizexer again. The positioning is a little bit more aggressive. Seiko might catch out Mark, who just gets a touch on it. Juicy up in the corner. Itachi not quite ready for that one. They're happy to just set up this offense. And I love it here as Seiko goes 1-2. They're just trying to let Team 3 almost feel like they have a false sense of security. Let them push the ball forward and give the ball back as Gentlemates set up this offense. You see it again. Seiko, he's happy to patrol around that midfield, grab mid boost, get some bumps. Itachi in now. It's perfect offense. It's wiring out this Team 3 side. And with a minute left, they look like they're in the box seat to get the next goal.
Yeah, this is where we spent an awful lot of this series. Oh my goodness, Juicy! Unreal, unbelievable, unstoppable.
Again, the pressure's too much. They're all low on boost. Rizex, they're all out of position. All three Team 3 members front post. And it's a beautiful shot for Juicy. Wasn't expecting it over the top. And there's that goal that they so desperately needed. When I say desperately, not really. They're pretty much in cruise control right now. But Team 3, they desperately need one. And there's the bump, but Itachi still somehow gets a hand on it.
Up to the ceiling, Seiko now looking to try and put this one away. Catalysm does stop it. Boost stolen yet again. Gentlemates are challenging. They're winning. And they are very likely through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, look at this again. It's Mark front post. So awkward. He tried to wave dash. Forgot to hold power slide and decided to do a burnout front post. I appreciate the style point, Shogun, but it's not helping the scoreboard. Gentlemates 3-1.
Yeah, well, if this stays the way it is, he's not going to need those tires anymore, so the flat spot won't be hurting him. Off the wall, double commit, tried to pinch it, I feel. But it just has not worked out for them here. And Gentlemates, all of the worries about this team coming into this weekend, are they legit? Well, they have added themselves to our top 4. Unless something massive comes through here, but we're not even in the orange side of the field.
Yeah, they chose not to have a pit stop, Shogun. It's come back to bite them. A strategy that perhaps didn't quite work out here, but it was a strong showing from Team 3. They did well to make it to the top 8. But it'll be Gentlemates, yet another French team into the top 4. They'll face Vitality in the semi-final tomorrow. Winners in the granny. And that is yet another superb showing from this new side.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a French domination in this regional right now. We are getting closer and closer to that being an all top 4. Well done there by Gentlemates. They've lived up to the hype, and it's so good, especially for this play that you see on your screen right now. Seiko with the space that he is afforded by this team, is a whole different beast.
It's exciting to see just a completely new lineup. I know that through this offseason, everyone but Vitality decided to shake things up, but again, it's great to see a huge org joining the ranks as well, and they've done so well. They've paid their dues here to get into a top 4 in the first qualifier here in Europe. Question is now, with 2 of the 4 French teams through to the semi-final, can BDS, can K-Corp join the party on the other side of the bracket?
Yeah, and can Magnifica or Endpoint be the teams to shake it up just a little bit? I mean, historically, those are 2 teams and 2 names that have very often been there to sort of wreck the party on occasion. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, BDS takes the field against Magnifico.
Knights have cruised their way through to the top 4 into the semi-finals with that 4-1 victory, taking down Team 3. They haven't really put a foot wrong all weekend long. And right here, right now, I have the pleasure of being joined by Itachi for an interview. Itachi, now, wait a minute. All I can look at is the plants behind you that are getting no love. They look dead. Are they real? And have you been watering them?
As I said, I think they're fake, but the people who put them there, like, made the right choice to put them like they're dead, so kinda see if they're like real plants, but no, I think it's fake. I touched there isn't any dirt, so I think they're fake plants.
Why would you buy fake plants that look dead? I'm not sure about that. Anyway, look, let's move on. Gentlemates, now a new org, obviously a new team for you as well, but I'm hearing, I'm doing some research in the break, Gotaga, the owner of Gentlemates, he was formerly founded Vitality, now with a new org. You guys have been picked up by those guys. How has it been with Gentlemates so far?
So far, to be honest, it's been amazing. Like, they welcome us as like a really big family. It's really amazing. Like, since day one, since we started discussing, everything went super smooth with them, and we already like met a lot of really great people there. The CEOs, even the people working there, like everyone is, let's say, throwing me ping pong balls. Look at them. I hate them. And yeah, they're really amazing. I hate you.
Obviously, the team vibes are pretty good. A new team this time. How are you guys? How are you finding it in the new team, new season?
Like, I really like them. Like, they're really stupid, sometimes, but I have to deal with them, But yeah, like, we have a really good synergy. We really like each other. We're like friends, and like, we've been boot camping for 2 weeks now, and everything is going great. So yeah, the team is working really well.
And you guys, obviously, you went 3-0 through the Swiss stage. That was pretty comfortable. And now a 4-1 win today. Were there any nerves today against Team 3, or was it a pretty comfortable series?
There weren't any nerves, but we think we could have played a lot of better. Like, they're playing a really weird way, so we had to adapt. But I think we could have played better. I don't think it's because of nerves. It's just maybe them playing their way made us play this way as well. But yeah, we came in confident against them today.
So you had that defensive team there in Team 3. Tomorrow, though, you face Vitality. Perhaps not a defensive team. How do you think you guys stack up against Vitality?
To be honest, we are really confident. Like, we know them very well. They know us as well very well. We've been screaming each other for a long time now. But I'm really confident. We know that to beat them, we need to be good and to be even better than today. And they also know that they have to be good to beat us. So yeah, today is going to be a great match, and we'll give our all to win it.
Well, you guys look like you're having a lot of fun on and off the pitch with the ping pong balls. Make sure you water those plants behind you. They look very droopy. Congratulations. All the best tomorrow in the top 4.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And there it is. I love the team dynamics. It's aggressive but friendly at the same time behind them. And Shogun, I do believe that that's a sign of a good, strong team. I mean, you guys say that about me all the time, and I think you guys like me.
It's been very impressive. We've got the ping pong balls over to you for each of these broadcasts. We're still trying to sort out how we can get those ones back. But yeah, I mean, you want that sort of dynamic. You want to not be walking on eggshells around each other, Stumpy. They seem like they're having a lot of fun. And that does mean that, yes, whilst things are going great, you're having a lot of fun. But also, when things are going badly, it's easier to talk to each other.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think it can be easy to talk to each other. However, to be a little bit of a downer, it can also be a little bit of a curse sometimes, because you think, I don't really want to criticize my mate. Like, I don't want to sort of ruin that friendship. But then also, if you are very good friends, you are going to be able to talk about those things. When times get hard, you know how to talk to someone. And it's not like this is the first time they've all chatted to each other. They've been to however many LANs over the years. They're all good friends regardless. Now they're teaming, and we're seeing the chemistry that they've got on and off the pitch. They're definitely going to be a team to be feared throughout this season.
I mean, we talk so much about the French community. Sorry, Leaf.
Yeah.
just because these guys are now teaming with each other does not mean they have not been around each other for years at this point. The whole community they've got around there are playing with each other. They're playing pickup tournaments. They're playing against each other in ranked. They're playing twos with each other. This is not a new environment for them. It's just now it's an official team.
Exactly. And this official team moves on. Take a quick glance at the bracket because we have our next matchup coming soon. We do find the mates there hanging out in the semifinals with Team Vitality. And I think that tag, we're saying how it doesn't quite represent the whole name of Gentlemates, but the mate seeing their vibe really, I get it now.
Yeah,
it all makes sense.
Yeah, it all comes together at the end there. But yeah, again, their journey gets harder and harder. Team Vitality, the current world champion title holders, will be their next match. That'll be tomorrow on Championship Sunday. We continue to move up through the quarterfinals, and you can see that our next match will be Magnifico versus Team BDS. Let's get into this one because players we've seen across the board, except bar one here on the side of BDS, Drawley coming in as a rookie. And I'm just curious already off the bat, Shogun, how you feel about this player on this roster. We saw maybe a couple mix-ups in that Swiss round, but again, every team was trying to get their footing.
Yeah, I feel like for Drawley, the thing I'm always going to be looking out for is when the pressure is on, is that going to get to him? Because again, as I mentioned yesterday, historically, we looked at the Salt Mine stage 2, we look at how things got a little bit wobbly in stage 3, but it's difficult to know. I do feel like in the first time, the nerves of that first match being on the show, he did look like that was getting to him. So I think that's going to be an answer that we're going to need to get down the line, Stumpy. I don't know if this is the matchup, though, where we're going to find out that question.
I think that regardless of the matchup, you still have to take it as experience in the RLCS, regardless of the level that you're playing up to. I think yesterday as well, yes, Drawley did make some awkward touches. He, however, wasn't the only problem. Monkey Moon put him in some of those awkward positions. He wasn't playing a lights-out game realistically. There were still problems on his side. But on the side of Magnifico, they did a good job to qualify in that 3-1 spot as well. They managed to beat out Beligol, they then lost to Team 3, but then beat two very strong, relatively established rosters in Resolve and also Endpoint, and actually finishing with a better game difference than BDS. So they're coming into this as the highest seed, 4th, coming into the playoffs.
Yeah, this is on the side. We just saw Magnifico, the player cams pop up. We're on to BDS now, but I did want to ask, in this matchup, Magnifico, Stumpy, have to look at Magnifico as probably the underdog. These are kind of the same story as Team 3. Are they those middle teams that will always be there? We've seen these players plenty of times before, but can they reach those heights up against a team like BDS, even with a newer roster?
It seems definitely like it's both sides that are going to be trying to prove that they have this spot, that they are worth it. Especially, I think, with BDS, with that name recognition, with their idea, with the players that they've got on their side too. Can they achieve the heights that they've been to previously? Magnifico, somewhat gatekeeper, somewhat trying to play upset, trying to be that awkward team, as you said, that floats around, but this may well be that roster that brings them to lands repeatedly.
Right. Chat, get involved. Let us know if you think, Magnifico can maybe shut down Team BDS's run through this bracket, and we'll let you know what we think. And I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
across the board.
Can I give just another little bit of info from behind the scenes? We've literally all picked the same team again.
We're very boring today, aren't we?
Yeah, we've also gone BDS across the board. So far, nobody has been wrong. We're not out here trying to be like, oh, here's a pity pick for any particular team. No, we think the BDS are going to be taking it. I think this is, for me, one of the more one-sided matches, even though BDS weren't crazy.
I feel like if we were going to have an upset, we would have had it by now. I don't know if you'd agree with me on that one, Leaf. If we were going to have an upset, it would have happened. These next two, maybe a bit of a peek behind the scenes on that one and some spoilers, but it's difficult to see. What is interesting to see, though, is we just tried out, 2 Germans and a Spanish player to see how that would work out. Didn't go fantastically in that matchup. Now let's try out 2 Spanish and a German. We're mixing up the pot a little bit.
But realistically, sorry, I'll leave. No, we have to go to game in a second, but 1 minute. We are seeing, as Johnny mentioned, Shogun, you mentioned yesterday, German and Spanish Rocket League. They're coming back. We're getting.
We were supposed to be second place here. When did that change?
I know. There's mainland Europe taken over yet again.
Well, we'll find out if they can do it today again. I think a lot of eyes on Drawley. Let's get get into the match, Monkey Moon has recruited his warriors, and now we see how far they can battle. Magnifico, however, plan to shut down the newcomer Rlcs' journey right here and now. Another team will be on the semis. Let's settle who it is right now.
Well, one team who certainly went under the radar yesterday during the Swiss was Magnifico, but they now have to come up against Team BDS. And here to break down this one with me is my favorite dude. It's Johnny Boy.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Good to be back, Cass, in RLCS. It's been a long wait, and we get rewarded with an absolute scorcher. Like Des mentioned, the rise of Spain and Germany in the EU scene is an interesting one. They're doing it together. This is the 2/3 Spanish roster, but they're already up against it. Exotic plays with low 50 and gets denied by Atomic.
It's going to be a quick start for Magnifico, you expect. If they let BDS come onto them, then it's going to be a long, tough day for the three of them. Are they able to carry on their good form from yesterday? Because I think looking at these teams that we had, the 16 that qualified, Magnifico, were they one that you banked to make it to this stage, Johnny?
They were, definitely. I think this team had a good enough offseason that we did expect them to be a top 8 team. In fact, they struggled a bit more yesterday than I thought they would, but they're knocking at the door again, BDS. It's going to be a tough, definitely their toughest matchup here that they've had so far, just because they're facing elimination. But on the other side of the pitch, all eyes on Drally, who is in his debut RLCS event so far. So good, winning the series to qualify them for top 8 with a 0-second goal yesterday. Can they go one step further? Here he is, the young Moroccan. They have a corner double tap attempt, instead just decided to leave it. Obviously, we've seen world-class plays from Drally through his short career so far. This kid is mechanical, but they're up against it already. And it's Tox for the opening goal. Well, they couldn't get the ball clear, BDS, and Magnifico have punished them.
Exactly what Magnifico will have needed coming into this series. The early confidence boost. And it was Tox. He was on the spot, just backflipped that one into the back of the net to give Magnifico the early lead. And BDS, I'd say they started this one looking a little bit quicker, but there are defensive mistakes. We saw it against Gentlemates in the very first match of EU RLCS 24 here on the mainstream. One in which actually Drally started pretty slowly. He looked like he was struggling, understandably, in his first Swiss for BDS. But now he's warmed up and he's showing what he's capable of.
Yeah, this kid is the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new to watching Drally on the main stage of RLCS, you better get used to it, because he has got some world-class mechanics. He is so creative, so aggressive in the air, and that is just a glimpse into what we're going to see from him this season.
Here he is again. He's trying to tee up Monkey Moon. Defensively, they really struggled BDS yesterday. They seem to have, at least for now, combed those issues out. And we're seeing the real BDS that we expect. We want this to be a fast-paced team that will take the fight to anyone.
Control in the back corner here from Magnifico has been a focus so far. They're looking to get BDS to overextend here. BDS aren't too afraid of getting stuck into the back corner, of course. They're a very quick team. If there's one player you don't want to do that against, it's Tox. He's been counter-attacking. He's been punishing opponents overextend for many years now. It's just a different roster to do it with. BDS definitely had the pressure in the first 2 minutes of the game, Cole. They've got a tight game, but they've had the lion's share of the chances.
Stizzy's underneath this one. He's going to have to try and get in there ahead of his BDS opponent. That is not the best touch by any means, but Atomic, his fellow Spaniard, cleans things up, at least for now. Atomic loses that ball to Exotic, but it's no harm done. And Magnifico are doing more than surviving. They're looking relatively comfortable for the most part, barring those odd touches in defense. Here comes Monkey Moon. He can break through any defense in the world. Let's get the 50-50 in the air against Stizzy. Exotic has a chance now. And this is more what I expected to see. BDS barraging pressure against their opponents.
Yeah, it's what every iteration of BDS has always done. Monkey Moon's been at the helm and he's been leading the charge. And really, every team and every version of BDS we've seen has been an aggressive midfield team, a dominant midfield team, a team that can back you up, get so many different shots on target. They've had 9 shots to just 2 of Magnifico. That's the kind of stat line that we expect to see replicated throughout this series. Magnifico have been clinical. We haven't really seen Stizzy come to life yet at all. Just 94 points. Sorry to call you out, Stizzy. I know you got another couple minutes to accumulate more. It's not the be-all and end-all points in Rocket League. Exotic going for some of his own. Oh, what a finish! Exotic from the backboard!
First, it was the flip cancel as well to get himself there. And then when he was on the backboard, he had to improvise. And he did. Devo-esque there.
It's just a wonderful finish by Exotic. He set himself up as well. And you know, there's been so much talk about Monkeyman on this team. He is the heart of BDS, and Rally, of course, has so many eyes on him coming in. But Exotic is just continuing to prove that he is one of the most underrated players in Rocket League history. He's scored again. This one's a bit more of a standard Exotic goal. Spots the opening and slaps it into the open net.
Raw pace there and reading of the game from Exotic. Dropped by Karmine Corp. Wants to come back and make it all the way to the end. A major winner last season with Karmine Corp as well. It was a successful one after playing with Semper the season before. His real step up to this upper echelon of EU Rocket League, and it's looking like he's going to continue in that trajectory as here he comes again, sending it high. Charlie's already waiting. This is getting fun from Team BDS. Charlie can't quite wiggle his Fennec around to get himself that flip reset. But this is falling to Monkey Moon now, and we are seeing the dynamic that BDS can utilize up against most teams, Johnny. The way they're playing, the fact they're finding each other so consistently is a real statement.
Yeah, you know, I think Rally, he's just one of those players that you have to give the benefit of the doubt. If he's trying to get flip reset, you have to assume that he's got it. He's just a player that seems to have just a flip reset button on his controller. If he wants a flip, he's probably going to have one. You know, I want to see more in attack from Magnifico. I think this team does have a lot of offensive firepower. Atomic and Stizzy have had a good bit of history together as teammates. Now here comes Rally, full pitch air dribble. He's got another chance to score, but that one does get away from him. Only as far as Monkeyman and Exotic, who's looking to slot his hat trick. Denied by Stizzy.
Yeah, nice composed defending from Stizzy, but Magnifico, we're going to have to do a little bit more than that. There it is, right there.
Okay.
Just as I'm saying, Spanish Bim Bam's back, baby.
Well, Stizzy makes a run down the line. Didn't need to play the ball because the goalkeeper was the real threat. Stizzy eliminates him mid-air, lets Atomic's long shot zip underneath the bar. 19 seconds to work with here. Let's see what kind of kickoff they can get for themselves. You know, it's nothing that's going to result in an immediate shot, but they might have something here. Oh, Tox is looking like he's trying to close the gap here without a lot of boost, though. That's not what they need, and it's BDS pressing for another goal in the closing seconds.
Tox, though, does manage to keep it up at least for now. Stizzy, not what he wanted. They have to get control of this ball, and they have to have it happen immediately. It is not going to, and Team BDS are going to hold out for a 3-2 win in Game 1. Their firepower, Johnny, when it's working, looking devastating. 15 shots from Team BDS there.
And if you were to guess, if you're just listening to this match, if you've not had a close look at who's the main striking force in this game, you might be surprised to find out that it's actually Exotic with more than half of those shots for himself. He's shot 8 times, scored twice. Drally and Monkeyman are really the two players that everybody's talking about in the off-season, and everybody's talking about on this team. But Exotic is just such a solid player. I've long thought that he's been an underachiever, underrated, but now he really is starting to consistently achieve. And if he can keep this up, if he can do what he did last season on a brand new roster, I think that just cements his greatness and confirms what we are beginning to know more and more.
I mean, if he can score a few more bangers like that backboard play, we will be very entertained indeed throughout the rest of this series. Another best of 7 to add to the collection. It's been a fantastic day of European Rocket League so far. And I'd say for Magnifico, that's by no means a disaster of a Game 1, considering they will know that they are the underdogs here. Getting a couple of goals, keeping it within 1, they've given themselves a sniff.
Yeah, they need to be they need to be careful though as well. BDS are such a dangerous team when they do get rolling. We know what Monkey Moon's teams do when they get momentum. I mean, they're very good at winning when they're winning. The criticism of BDS and the criticism of different iterations of BDS over the years has not been how they look when they're winning. It's how they look when they're losing. When they do start to lose games, they completely fall apart. So this is obviously the worst start possible in that perspective. You want to get BDS in the back foot early. You maybe get them a little bit tilted about what's going on. Because in a matchup where you're the underdogs, you've only got that underdog bonus for so long, and then it's completely depleted. They've got half a chance here, though. Atomic's gone for it, and a casual save there from Exotic. Get the ball clear. Another pitch on target. They went for that one. It's in. What a goal by BDS.
How frustrating, though, for Magnifico. 1 second, Stizzy didn't quite have enough boost. And then a split second later, Exotic and Monkey Moon high-five the ball into the back of the net.
And they actually calculated that one. A couple of team pinches have gone in in Rlcs this season so far have been a bit more lucky, and that one is not one of them. That was absolutely intended. You can see them both lining it up. Monkeyman especially just delaying his dodge until the ball was perfectly situated. Well, the synergy's definitely there in offense for this team.
Yeah, and you were saying that they're a great team when they're in the lead, Team BDS. Every iteration of them that we've had over the years, they love having the bit between their teeth, making their opponents rush around and try and capture something back as Exotic gets a perfect touch into the center. I'd say BDS, they're hitting the ball extremely cleanly. The mechanics are coming out, the touches are getting so much power, and everything is finding a teammate.
Yeah, Monkeyman's touch here just went just a bit too high for Stizzy. He moved forward off the goal line there, and he had a ton of boost, but he couldn't really use it. He was in no man's land, and yeah, just not any support getting in position in time either. It's another easy goal. Here comes Exotic looking for another one. He's demoed the goalie. It's open for Drally, and it's 3-0 inside 1 minute.
The poor defense makes it so difficult when you think you're going to get it, and then...
What?
Stizzy as well must be feeling so frustrated because he was the one who just missed out for the second goal. Then he thinks, right, I can make amends for it. I can make a last-second save. Nope, not going to be. And within a minute, Team BDS a 3-up. It might even be 4 here if Charlie
Oh my word.
And he can, and it's 4.
This is ridiculous. The relentless pressure from BDS. Drally with no boost has just pre-jump dunked the last man who, obviously had other options there, could have played a low 50, but I don't think they're expecting a no boost Drally to be there so quickly. Just speed flipped with everything he had and threw himself at the ball.
This is reminiscent of early Team BDS. Back in the days of RLCSX, when their style of rotation was so different to what everybody else was doing, so aggressive, so fast, fearless. It's the version, it's the blueprint of what we expect from Team BDS, what we hope for. Whenever we see a BDS roster, it's almost 5 right there. They are wanting to score goal after goal after goal, and this style is going to bring so much entertainment. You know what you were saying earlier, Johnny, about how will they be when they're behind? We're certainly not going to find out this game.
Yeah, I guess we're never going to know if things keep going as they currently are, but this is just a ridiculous performance. The comment I made last game about how many shots they created early on, well, they've done it even faster here. They've almost got another one. Monkeyman's going to deny the first goal from Magnifico with a dive bomb save as well. But once again, they got 8 shots to 2. Can Stizzy change that? He did register that one as the third one. Infield pass blocked. Great cut there by Monkeyman. Always aware of the infield passing threat.
It made it look sluggish there, Monkeyman's turn. If he hadn't, it could have been a real opportunity for Tox. As it stands, though, BDS are coming forward again, fighting, bursting past each other to get to that next ball. Unfortunately, Tox is getting in Stizzy's way. A massive pinch comes across from Exotic. BDS from left to right, just like a cat pawing at a mouse, toying with their food, waiting for the 5th goal, which seems inevitable at this point.
And you can clearly see that this is just a well-oiled machine now that's fully up and running. Exotic had a great showing in game 1, and it's continued into this game. If there were any question marks about how Exotic would slot into a really midfield pressure-focused lineup, I think they've been answered right now. They are reading each other brilliantly. Drally's up for this. He's not even passing it back. He's just shooting from above the Magnifico goal.
Exotic has made a bit of a mistake there. Slight misplay. Almost takes out Stizzy on the way out. And that's such another clean hit from Drally. Here comes Monkeyman. Composure, the communication. No one's getting in anyone's way, and it's 5.
Yeah, Exotic, obviously, he could be going for this. It's a tougher read from where he's at, though, so Monkeyman just yells that he's got it. Exotic moves out of the way and lets Monkeyman score a second goal. Drally's already on a hat-trick, of course. A 5-0 showing. I mean, you get tired of saying it, but this is going to be a timeout, surely, if things don't pick up in the next couple of minutes for Magnifico.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, for anyone new to the RLCS this season, Monkeyman, 2 World Championships ago, he won it. Last World Championship, 2nd place. This is a man who only ever wants to be the best team in the world. And in the online era before that, BDS were widely considered to be the greatest online era team of all time before LANs came back. And you're seeing performances why. Not afraid to drop teammates, not afraid to change playstyles when needed. When on his day and when on his team's day, one of the most devastating attacks that you can come up against in Magnifico, they are more than struggling. They are just unable to deal with anything BDS are throwing at them right now. Maybe a bump or a demo, Johnny, can get them going. Obviously, this one's written off, but they must be desperate for at least a goal here.
Yeah, it's just a complete reset. They've tried to press there at the end to get a goal, and they've lost another one. Obviously, at this point, it doesn't really matter. BDS have got such a large lead. But yeah, this is just one of those games that BDS have played really well, and they've taken their chances. They've pounced on every opportunity. Magnifico just have to be aware that if the ball exists, BDS are probably going for it. So at all times of this game, they should just be reminding each other they're going to rush, they're going to go. They're not going to pick challenge, they're not going to back off, they are going to go. And it's something I'm sure a lot of you guys watching can relate to when you're playing Rocket League ranked and complaining about ball chasers. Just remember that you can counter ball chasers if you just keep reminding yourself that that's what they're going to be doing. It's predictable in a way. Problem is, BDS have done it so quickly and so decisively that, I mean, knowledge is just half the battle.
Finally, Team BDS step on each other's toes. It seemed that the rip-roaring pace that they've had for this entire game hasn't got them into any trouble until that point. Rarely getting in the way of Monkey Moon. Atomic and Stizzy can't believe their luck. They'll take the goal. But it does, Johnny, set up a little something if we can get one more goal for the Orange team.
You know, if they weren't winning 6-0, that would be that would probably be a highlight moment there, or a low light moment for BDS. Because Monkey Moon double committing with a teammate in the back corner has been one of their downsides in the past couple of iterations of BDS roster, probably every iteration. You know, when there's a double commit, Monkey Moon's very often involved. It's because the style that they play does involve being extremely fast in the final third and reading each other's touches or communicating in time so that you don't have to. And yeah, there clearly wasn't any, but like we keep saying, doesn't matter. They were winning 6-0. I don't think they're going to care too much about their clean sheet being messed up a little bit. And timeout Magnifico, unsurprising there.
Yeah, it's the only thing they could have done. Nothing else would have made sense. We are, of course, very disappointed that there is no Brazil. It was close. But, I mean, I'm just looking at the scoreboard right now. Exotic, 717 points. Rlcs, 612. Monkey Moon, 600. The lowest scorer on his team got 600 points. It's, it really is something quite special what BDS are doing here. Magnifico are a great team. This is a team that the pros themselves in the rankings had comfortably inside the, I think it was top 6 of EU, if I recall. So this, for there to be this much of a gap between BDS, who are in everybody's top 4, and Magnifico, who are in everybody's top 6, yeah, that kind of shows you the level of BDS are at right now. Exotic, like you said, he's topped the scoreboard both games. So yeah, I just have to keep pointing it out. I feel like the more we talk about how well Exotic's playing in this roster, maybe he'll start to get his flowers. His Monkey Moon, yeah, he's the open era GOAT. I think we can all agree on that straight away. And Rlcs having a phenomenal debut event under a ton of pressure, by the way, to try and replace a BDS team who just finished 2nd place at Worlds. Big shoes to fill, and so far so good. Yeah, you don't really get too much of a free hit when you come into Team BDS. You have to hit the ground running. If you're not capable of doing that, you're going to be dropped, you're going to be replaced. And Rlcs is showing that early doors, he is not that replaceable. He is stepping straight into those shoes. A World Championship Grand Final is the bare minimum. That's par for Team BDS. But that's a long way away, Johnny. First off, they have to win this one. They have to get themselves into the semi-finals. Team BDS have taken a couple of massive steps towards that destination, but Magnifico must still pose a threat.
Oh, for sure. This is actually one of the biggest rounds in this current format. When you're looking to qualify for LANs this season from Europe or North America, you need top 4, and this is the match to determine who gets top 4 and who doesn't. And with there being such a strong top 4 in Europe emerging, we got Karmine Corp coming up later on today, and I'm sure they're not looking past their opponent in the quarterfinals Endpoint, but everybody else is kind of expecting Karmine Corp to be in that top 4 alongside Gentlemates, alongside Vitality, and alongside the winner of this series. So big match right now for BDS to really confirm themselves as that top 4 team. Magnifico have to dig incredibly deep just to make this difficult for them, and let's see what they could do in game 3.
Another little bit of spice is that if Team BDS do win this one, then Exotic will most likely, if Karmine Corp can get past Endpoint, which of course at this point is still a big if, come up against a team that dropped him. So spicy semi-final potentially approaching if it happens. But here we go from the kickoff, the masterclass.
timeout masterclass. So Tox gets a nice bump on Exotic, who's trying to start a solo play in defense. That's one way that you can counter a back corner kickoff. It's just chase down the player. Don't even worry about the foul, just get rid of the player. And yeah, then he stayed active, made the goal a little bit bigger as well for his teammate, and they've got their first lead of the series.
And Team BDS, how do they deal with being behind again? A huge demo will help. Exotic has got acres of space to play into, but Atomic does his job from the backboard. It's much, much better from Magnifico, seeing an improved performance so far after their timeout. Those things are magic. Whenever the stats come out, we see they get so many games after taking them, and you're seeing a brand new version of Magnifico right now.
Yeah, suddenly, they look like more of an aggressive force to be reckoned with. Monkeyman tried to boom this, and he just dumped it straight in the middle. Massive miss hit by Monkey Moon, and suddenly it's Magnifico up by 2. And, you know, these are the key moments, I think, for BDS. How are they going to perform when things aren't going according to plan? Well, yeah, they're going to do just fine, Cole. Don't even worry about it. I was about to start a storyline about how Magnifico might be coming back, but suddenly it doesn't look like that's going to be a problem at all. Dunk from Exotic, open net from Monkey Moon, 2-1.
I mean, Stizzy didn't even do too much wrong there. He got the touch onto his own backboard, followed it up, great pace, kept his momentum, and then suddenly there was Exotic bearing down upon him. Perfect dunk on him to the ceiling, and the follow-up was simple. So BDS, you don't have to make any mistakes to concede against them. They'll make the mistakes for you. And they find themselves back in this one, but Magnifico do still have that slender lead. Suddenly, though, it's Team BDS asking all the questions. Stizzy has an answer for now. As far as Drali, that's decent rotation, good positioning there from Atomic, but not quite as much distance on the ball as he would have hoped. And that's a bad miss. You can't be missing the ball against Team BDS. Exotic, he's coming up with so many questions. Monkey Moonstone, he ain't trying to get in each other's way, but it's not going to matter. The 3 combine is 2-2.
I mean, you talk about relentless pressure. We got Monkey Moon drilling the backboard, air dribble bump pass from Exotic, and then the near post coming into play there, saving the initial shot. But honestly, that helped BDS even more, because if Tox was going to have any chance of making a pre-jump save, he definitely didn't want that ball to hit the post there. BDS have just had so many consecutive touches in a row there, at least consecutive control touches. Really nothing Magnifico could do.
Well, they continue to swamp the Magnifico defense. Now they've got those 2 goals back that was so rudely taken by the team in blue as Charlie goes for a double flip reset. Can't quite get it. I was watching Team BDS when they were warming up, and Charlie was just nailing double flip resets like it was nothing.
I told you, he's got a flip reset button. When he wants flip, he can get one. There he is, he's pressed it.
Second touch as well. Just always gets that extra from him. Here's Monkey Moon. He's got 100 boost to play with. No teammate because Stizzy took him out, and Atomic steaming in here. Doesn't quite get the shot on target. Maybe Tox could have been a tad more aggressive, opted to keep things safe. I don't mind it too much. With 3 minutes remaining, and you've managed to claw things back, get a little bit of parity in this series when you were losing the last game 6-1. BDS, they're going to get faster, Johnny. They're going to get even warmer.
Well, you know, the consistent thing for BDS, whether they're behind in this game, whether they're tied, or whether they're ahead, which has been most of the series, they are playing so aggressively with their third man, and that shows a ton of trust in the other players, because, you know, third man's very fluid for this BDS team, it would seem. They're showing a ton of trust in each other to rotate back quickly, because if you're going to get an aggressive third man in Rocket League, you need the players ahead of him to rotate back as fast as possible, not to leave gaps in the midfield. That's how BDS are playing, that's how they've really always played, and it's working so far wonderfully for them. But this is by far the closest game we've seen. It's still mostly BDS pressure, but Magnifico are holding 2-2 for now.
Yeah, they're dealing with that pressure a lot better at Magnifico. Happy to stay back in their own half. You expect at some point they'll have to force their way forwards a tad. Maybe Atomic can force the issue with a redirect. Quite got it in his locker this time. It does allow Monkey Moon in. He gets a flip reset to continue his edge, but the bump was close. Exotic was going for one as well. And Charlie's left alone. Just nudges it forward. It's actually towards Exotic. It's a great passing play, potentially. The demo's coming in too. Magnifico not being allowed to be too steadfast in defense because BDS are knocking them off their perch every time they attempt it.
I mean, Monkey Moon is just... He's been quintessential Monkey Moon this series. Just so fast to the ball. Dusting one of the top teams in Europe very consistently. And Exotic and Rlcs are starting to really team up well, linking up many times at the second half of this game. In the final third, here comes Exotic off Rlcs' lob pass, sealing double tap. Actually just going to be followed up by a blocking touch. Monkey Moon cutting in field instead of playing for the wall, which looked like the likely play initially.
Magnifico doing the same though. They're not afraid to come in from the side and try and get the block before it goes to the last man, but Exotic is dunking on them.
Yeah, Atomic just tried to get a good 50-50 here. Didn't get one, and Sox crept forward off the goal line. He didn't have any boost, probably wanted to grab that small 12 pad. And yeah, he just had no chance from that kind of range. I love the positioning by Exotic coming into the back post, making it very easy to finish off the shot, even from a tight angle.
Team EDS, they're starting to have their opponent on the ropes. Their timeout has been taken and potentially about to go 3 games to 0 up in this best of 7. And on top of that, they're putting on even more pressure. Monkey Moon is blocking them out. They can't even clear their lines right now. It could be 4, it should be 4, it is 4, it's Drali!
Yeah, it's just the full team every single time. Absolute commitment to the play. Once again, Exotic at the back post. This time not to receive a teammate's pass, but to intercept the attempted clear from Magnifico. I don't think that Atomic even saw Exotic in that position before the ball was pinged back onto the backboard.
Kickoff has to be perfect right now for Magnifico, but it's Team BDS that have control yet again. They're gonna get a 5th. Magnifico putting up a fight, but BDS able to stop it at will.
Sorry, they've just lost every 50-50 there. They've just lost 3 in a row, and it's in the back of their net. I mean, obviously you've got to take risks when you're down 2 late in the game against BDS, and they've just scored 4 in a row. So I don't really mind them playing for a more volatile kickoff strategy there, but it hasn't worked out. They're just down by 3 now. This just looks completely unplayable. BDS from behind in game 3 as well, making it look easy to score goals at such regularity.
It feels like a long time ago that Team BDS found themselves 2-0 down, and we were having what the tactical timeout masterclass from Magnifico. Yeah, that's all in the past right now. Tox is going to win this one. It's not going to matter at all. Team BDS currently steamrolling their way through to a 3-0 lead.
I mean, cool. I'll just ask you, and this is, I think, a very simple question I think we can all agree on. Has Monkey Moon, delivered a Monkey Moon-esque performance for you today?
Yes, completely. Yeah. Cutting in from the side.
What about Drali, just very quickly? Do you think Drali's delivering upon expectations?
Got a few flip resets, yeah. He's supposed to go for the doubles, getting the dunks and all that, yeah.
So if I were to tell you that BDS are 3-0 up on Magnifico, every game dominant, Monkey Moon looking brilliant, Drali looking brilliant, and then I add on that Exotic has been top of the scoreboard every single game. He just scored a hat-trick. He got 840 points, more than Drali and Monkey Moon combined. Guys, what on earth is going on? When did Mechanical Exotic become a thing? Because every team in Europe must be watching this thinking, oh no, Exotic's Mechanical. Like, so obviously, he was known as the bot Fennec, the guy who doesn't air roll, the guy who just jumps into the ball 50-50s through you like you're not even there. But no, now he's Mechanical. So yes, Mechanical Exotic apparently does exist, and you should be scared of it.
There's 2 things, mate. There's Coach Cassio, for one, bringing out Exotic, telling him to be himself. And to an extent, you have to question, does moving out of the shadow of Vatira open him up a bit more? Does he feel more free with this roster than he ever did with Karmine Corp? Because with Karmine Corp, Vatira is your star man. He is the player that you build everything around. He is the poster boy. Team BDS have got Monkey Moon, but mechanically, I'd say it's always been a lot more even for Team BDS. So Exotic's coming in now, and he's playing with an extra freedom than we've seen over the last 2 seasons.
I think, he's just showing that he is an adaptable player, and he can adapt to what his team needs. Karmine Corp last season had a brilliant Exotic, and he did exactly what the team needed. Keep it simple and solid. They won one of the international events and were clear top 3 team in the world by the end of the season. And now he's switched to a new team, and they've decided, no, we're going to play this way. We are going to be aggressive. We need you to join in the full 3-man aggression, just full send in the final third. And he says, yep, don't worry, I can do that as well. So for me, that shows the levels Exotic's got in his game. And I think for a lot of people watching, they're going to be learning a lot about Exotic today, because he's not going to be underrated for much longer if he keeps it up like this. He just scored again. It's 1-0 BDS in game 4. I think Magnifico have had enough.
The confidence is massive as well there from Exotic, staying forward in the play, not rotating out, casting away any instincts to be defensive. He wants to be that spearhead player, and he's proving it right now. But Monkey Moon, he's not bad either. Exotic's pre-jumping alongside him. Monkey Moon turns him down. This is the team that believe they've already won.
Yeah, I mean, the pre-jump threat was there, the trust was there, but I think Monkey Moon wisely didn't play for that pass into the pre-jumping Exotic because it was blocked. So very smart play to just fake it instead. And yeah, look again at the high line BDS are playing with. It takes away all the time from Magnifico. They've got an opportunity here, but Monkey Moon disposes of it without any difficulty at all. I mean, you can see Magnifico trying to fight in the midfield. They're not just conceding this one and letting BDS have their style for free. It's just BDS being better at this gameplay. When BDS get into this zone, they're so difficult to stop. And unfortunately for Magnifico, they've not given BDS enough to worry about in this match. You've got to threaten counterattacks if you're going to get the aggressive team to stop attacking like this. And they're just not threatening enough counterattacks.
Speaking of threatening, Jarly was threatening to go for that ball, but he didn't have the boost to go for it. And for a second, we saw old school Exotic there, having reflexes to clear the ball away when it was certainly going in from Magnifico, who have managed to wrestle themselves a little bit of pressure here. Exotic getting in the way yet again, showing that he still has those more defensive instincts from former rosters. I think he's been bypassed by Stizzy. Exotic underneath things, wants to get it all going again for Team BDS. But Magnifico have just managed to get a foothold in this, and that's what I want to see from them. If they can equalize, maybe, just maybe, they'll have a hope. Monkey missed it. Exotic clears again, so more defending from Exotic, Johnny.
You know, Magnifico are a mechanical team. Stizzy is one of the guys who's talked about most in his debut season last season, and on a couple of rosters he played on. He was outplaying many a top player, many a top team. Atomic, of course, one of the most consistent players in the open era. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing for Exotic Cole. That's just automatic. Don't even worry about it. But they're being made to look like a very normal team here, despite the fact that they are, I think, a world-class team. A team who can, if they, if Magnifico were to make a run, I think they would be a force to be reckoned with. Definitely not on the level of a BDS playing like this, but they're being made to look a lot more normal than they actually are here.
And that is, of course, all credit to Team BDS. A sublime performance up to this point. All we have to do is get over the finish line, which can be one of the hardest things to do in Rocket League, actually winning the game. Magnifico going to try and make it as difficult as possible. That one's into the corner. Sissy to the ceiling. Someone might be arriving, but nobody is. And Monkey Moon, clean touches all the way back to the blue half. They come again, though. Beginning to start that pincer movement. Jarly takes a touch, keeps it close to his body. Smart play there from Jarly, and Exotic's been teed. Exotic all the time in the world to get a touch into the center, but Stizzy gets it over the top.
Yeah, Exotic running out of boost there, decided to try and play for the mind game. Oh, Stizzy's boxed out Jarly, but the ball's rolled harmlessly into the corner for Exotic to take over. He's dropped it middle for Jarly, who's actually missed it. He just barely couldn't reach it. That would have been another heartbreak goal for Magnifico. They're within a goal. If they concede again, it'll really feel like it is far beyond them to come back. Now here's a chance. No, Monkey Moon disrespectfully goes in, and I think Exotic landed on the ball and taken away Monkey Moon's open net.
Oh, Tox is waiting for that one, though, from Atomic. Can he beat Monkey Moon? He could have done, maybe. Couldn't quite wiggle away the chance. Oh, so close yet again. Exotic saves, and Jarly is there to act as the secondary hero. Magnifico pushing all the way to the end of this series. Atomic somewhat gets in Tox's clearance's way, but does manage to get a couple of clean touches. That one's a little bit loose, though. Jarly's squeezing it. Magnifico, do they have one more attempt in their locker?
Yeah, they've got to see these challenges coming. I mean, BDS are not going to stop doing this. It's what they've done all series long. They are going to keep committing, and they're going to keep putting the pressure on, even if they are only winning by 1 goal in this game. On match point, the aggression continues, but now Magnifico are broken free. It's Atomic looking for the bump. He got it. Stizzy on target. Atomic's landed on it. I think it was getting saved anyway.
Yeah, he was trying to just redirect it towards the net, but Monkey Moon, he could kill it right now. He just waits, takes away precious seconds from the game. Exotic's up. Can he put this ball to safety? As soon as it hits the ground, we are done here. Stizzy keeps it up. Tox not too much boost, 37, enough to put pressure on Jarly, not enough to keep the ball up, and Magnifico unable to lay a glove on new look, but just as brilliant, Team BDS.
Well, what an unbelievable performance by BDS, making Magnifico look like they don't even belong in the main event. And I mean, this is one of the teams I expect to be a consistent top 8 in Europe. BDS didn't even let them play the game. They look unbelievable. And for BDS to show up and play like this is honestly amazing after how messy they looked in off-season tournaments. And, you know, the talk of the town was that they weren't at the level of your Vitalities, your Karmine Corps. Now they look every bit at that level. And it's great to see. I mean, the style they just played is phenomenal to watch, and it looks like it will translate well into higher levels of competition, which is where they're headed tomorrow in the top 4.
It's a happy team right now as well. Monkey Moon looking as comfortable as anything with Team BDS. And you can see from the highlights here, Johnny, some sublime goals.
Yeah, Exotic getting on the end of the only goal of the game there. He had a phenomenal series for himself. They're going to need to show up like this tomorrow if they're going to have a chance in the top 4, of course, but I think they will, Cole.
Well, the top 4 is 3/4 of the way done. The final quarterfinal is going to be between Karmine, Corp, and Endpoint, and it's coming up soon.
Busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gotta stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you.
Welcome back to RLCS EU Qualifier 1. We're really speed running this one today. If you blinked, you might have missed the last series. BDS did not have a lot of time to wait as they 4-0'd Magnifico to book their spot in the top 4. We're joined now by BDS coach Cassio. Cassio, it's good to have you back on the broadcast. Now, first of all, but just your thoughts on that dominant display. What are you thinking after watching that performance?
Hi everyone. Obviously, we're really proud. Everyone BDS is really proud of the performance. I think the boys played really great. We were a bit unconfident at some point on past series, and during Swiss a bit. We managed to fix some stuff, and today we just played great. We just followed each other great, and I'm really proud of everything we did today.
You've added in Drally this offseason. A lot of talk about Drally, one of the guys being talked about as a rookie to watch worldwide even. But yeah, how's it been for you working with Drally so far? Now his debut event's going great, but what's it like behind the scenes with the guy?
Working with Drally at the very beginning wasn't extremely easy, since he was he never played any tournament before really, so he had no experience. He just was a 2s ranked warrior, but with unlimited potential, to be honest. He's crazy. The major problem we could be facing would be stress management, kind of, since he's young and the fact that he's viewed by ton of people, then it can add pressure to him. But yeah, it's been great to work with him. Every day we are working great to make him more comfortable, to make him learn the game and what's good and what's not good to do. And he's been a joy to work with so far.
That's awesome to hear. And obviously we've got to ask about the other player BDS have added in this offseason. It's Exotic. So we all know Exotic, the defensive rock from Karmine Corp last season. But what we just saw from him in that quarterfinal was one of the most aggressive versions of Exotic that I've personally ever seen. So talk to me about that. How has Exotic been molding his own play? How have you been molding his play to get this out of him? Which honestly, gotta say, amazing to watch.
Yeah, Exotic I think is a bit underrated. He can be mechanical. He sometimes, I think he's playing a lot for the team. And in past team, I've teamed with him, it's on KC and stuff, he always played not for his only benefit sometimes, but for the team benefit. He can be able to do some crazy stuff, and I think he's one of the smartest player on the ground and on how to win time basically. Today he was able to really feel great and be confident on going on a lot of ball and try stuff. Obviously Drally and Monkey Moon helped with him about that, so yeah, he's really dangerous and nobody should sleep on him, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Exotic underrated, just honestly throughout his whole career, but I think that's going to stop if he keeps going like this. Your last question for you, Cassio. We want to let you go and celebrate the win after this one, but what are your thoughts? So France look like the dominant region again. Let's just, it's not EU, it's just France now, and everyone who speaks French. If Karmine Corp can make the semi-final as well, as I think everybody expects them to, obviously they're not going to be looking past Endpoint, but that is the expectation. What are your thoughts on this French dominance? Do you think that these are the top 4 teams emerging now to be the European representatives throughout the season?
I think being French in Rocket League is a great thing. Obviously there is a ton of players that's really tryharding the game. We have the most fan base on Europe that's active. We have tournament for French people as well. It's been over the year that we had Team, we had Vitality, we had KW, we had Fairy Peak. Even before we had other French players that really made a way for French players to be... Like
you, Cassio, we had you.
Not as much as them, but a little bit of work as well. And I think all this stuff made a snowball effect, where we have much more players that's liking the game and that want to take an example of the pros that we have. And now they can just team with each other, and I think we have a lot of assets where French players are so good at the game that if you're one of the top French players, then you can basically win worlds, so it's crazy.
That's a nice little thing you've got going on there. Good system. But yeah, congrats again, Cassio, and good luck tomorrow. I tried my best to look as French as possible for the broadcast. I knew it was going to happen. It might as well accept it at this point. France on top, BDS back on top, and Cassio, thanks for taking the time to come and talk to us.
Thank you a lot. See you guys. Bye-bye.
I pulled I'm going to call this one someone else. I'm back now. I've done the mute. I've done it all. We'll call it out. But I think it's very true. The French are very proud of what they've accomplished in this esport, and I think for very good reason. They've continued to accomplish and astound us as we go forward. I even heard, I think, while Cassio Cole was talking about how their accomplishment, an evil laugh in the background. It's just their plans are in play.
I was wondering if that came through to the viewers. I heard something of a sinister cackle to everyone too, and I wasn't sure if it had come through. But yeah, no, it's stunning. Every generation of French players seems to be better than the last. You know, we were thinking, oh, is Zen the epitome? For now, probably still yes, but you wouldn't put it past, especially with the age range being reduced to 13-year-olds. Who knows who's around the corner, Leaf?
Right. No, that's, I think, a very good point, that our esport could be completely upended after a couple more splits like this. But for now, Shogun, the French do stay on top. We'll take a look at the bracket, but again, BDS moving on through. We're seeing it, though. We talked about it, Shogun, the rise of, again, some of these German and Spanish players.
Yeah, I mean, they've been definitely trying their best. I mean, Cole, I was mentioning it earlier on. I feel like, where did we go? I feel like it was only a couple of months ago. It was supposed to be France and then a fair distance away, but we were still second, being the UK.
Don't say we. I don't think we can claim much about this, Shogi.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest. I mean, now that we're losing, we'll do the typical thing, just say them, you know, same as we do with certain brilliant tennis players that we've got. Definitely try and throw them away when they're not necessarily at their best. And for now, though, we have seen Spain and Germany trying to put their best foot forward. And unfortunately, their best foot forward is still 20 paces behind the French community. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, no, you're not far off, Shogun. When Scrub Killer's winning, he's British. When he's losing, he's Scottish.
Well, we have one more match for today as we conclude our quarterfinals. It, of course, is going to be Karmine Corp versus Endpoint to find out who makes it into the top 4. And I think Endpoint definitely look at this one with a bit of, ooh, golly. Cole, we have a mountain in front of us to climb.
Yes, they do, but I mean, they won their first 2 series in the Swiss yesterday. They ended up beating Oxygen 3-1 in the end to make it here now. But we're looking at Karmine Corp. We're looking at Atto, the man who qualified for every single major last season with Team Liquid. One of only 2 teams to do that, the other one being Karmine Corp. So, you know, not a bad player to bring in there, Shogi.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, Endpoint have looked brilliant throughout this tournament. They have really got themselves into a position where I think they're performing a lot better than we were expecting. But, I mean, look at who they're against. It's KC. It's the favorite for the tournament. Was it 0.1% that the pros had them rated above Vitality? The world champion Vitality. They won the off-season tournament flip and spin. That was with a different roster. But, I mean, any roster. You put them in KC colors, they are dangerous.
Viteri, you saw him on screen. He's a player that intrigues me so much. I mean, his search for victory to be, like, nothing short of the best is good enough for him. And I just love that it's brought him back to Rise. I honestly am very excited about this roster.
Joyous waving, but he's waving from, like, the outside window. Just like, guys,
can I come in?
Meanwhile, over there for Endpoint, we've got Arju, a player who seemed to be an up-and-comer, you know, the new great Italian hope back in the Rlcs. I think it was Season 8 days when he was with Mouse, and it didn't quite happen for him, but he's been hovering around at this level of Rocket League, and you know, between him, Matane, and Smokes, these 3 players have teamed with and then not with each other in about 100 different formulations. You never know which 3 are going to be, but maybe this is the one that works, Shogun.
I mean, Matane, how long have I been following him for? It feels like ever since DreamHack, when it was, Team Echo Zulu. There we go. I knew that name was going to stick around with me. Yeah, I feel like that's the
defensive masterclass from Taz. Yeah, I remember.
Oh my goodness. Well, you're not going to get away with that in this matchup against KC. They're going to need to find their offense. But Endpoint, a ridiculously strong tournament at this point. I feel like if you put this Endpoint squad against any team that was not KC or Vitality, I might actually say they've got a shot here.
Right. I think what's most incredible about this is Smokes. I love talking about this. Smokes has only been playing for a very short amount of time, Rocket League, and the fact that he's now kind of consistently been playing at this level, he's in a quarterfinals top 8 again, is really fun to keep an eye on. I mean, I think I last talked to him about, it was about 8 months ago, and he said he'd been playing for about 2 years or so. That just shows that anyone can get in at any point and start.
I didn't know he was that new to the game.
That is ridiculous.
Very
That's
new
really cool. I did not know
That is really cool. I feel really bad about myself now, but that is really cool
He's
for
probably
him.
put less hours into the game than you and I have, Shogun. How much is that?
A lot. I mean, we're battle cars vets, mate. We've got a lot of hours.
True. We're past it.
So I think that's just a fun story to watch out for. But let's get the picks on the board. We have been very boring today. Chat, let us know if you're going to get very boring as well.
Go on, chat.
Will.
No Endpoint, chat. You can do it, chat.
Come on, chat. I need you
Make
to
it
drop down here.
interesting. There's always going to be an upset on an EU day. There hasn't been an upset yet. Therefore, it stands to reason that chat, you must type #N because we want to beat you. We don't want to lose to chat, so please chat.
I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but they are absolutely not listening to your advice right now.
I mean, we've gone for this for like the KC fan vote, Cole. There was better times to place the push.
What if I try some reverse psychology? Hey, chat.
I think it's too
#KC.
late.
Yeah, all right. I'll let it go.
Yeah, look at you guys are listening to
Then
Cole.
they're like, yeah, let's
Kinda
go.
weird. Yeah, no, I have a feeling we don't need to keep this poll going for
This
too
might
long,
be in
to
the
be
80s.
honest.
This could very well be into the 80s.
Let's play a different game then between ourselves. We are all assuming, hopefully we're wrong and Endpoint put in a blinding performance.
It's in the 80s.
How many games are we backing Endpoint to get here? I reckon they'll get one.
Half.
I reckon they get the first one. I'll join you on that. 4-1, they get the first one. They give us full of hope, and then Casey smash them.
Half. I'll give them half. We'll be in the lead for half of a game, and then that's it.
Oh, half of a game. Oh my goodness. Well, I really hope we're looking silly after this.
I guess we find out if we across the board between chat, you and I have great predictions today. Vatira on the hunt for the perfect team, and it seems again the path led him back to Rise with Atto in tow. This bracket is an important proving point. Endpoint, however, hopes to surprise.
All of the biggest teams in Europe today have come out and they have smashed their way through to those semi-finals. We've just got one more that is now waiting to join them. Karmine Corp versus Endpoint. And CJ, are Endpoint going to be able to stand in front of that blue wall and take the win?
No.
Oh.
Here we go, though. The final quarterfinal. The final quarterfinal. It's got a ring to it. And Vatira is trying to just, well, I mean, honestly, it made me sad when Shogun was talking about, Joyo on the outside waving and, Rise and Vatira joining back up. But I'll tell you what, these two are smiling, Vatira and Rise, because they haven't put a foot wrong. I mean, the Swiss stage, they walked through it. They dropped 3 games, I think, in total. And they just look, as everyone said, even the other teams with the power rankings, they just look like the best team. And they're showing it.
I mean, they've currently put them at, I think it was 1.8 is where KC ended up being on those rankings.
It's close.
Which is an incredibly high spot that they were going to be able to find, seeing as we have 2 or 3 teams that really can compete for the #1 spot. So all the pros are respecting everybody on Karmine Corp, which makes sense. And Atto joining that roster excites me massively. I was a Team Liquid fan, big fan of that team, and Atto joining with Rise and with Vatira. It feels right because he was one of only 6 players to have made every single land from Europe in the last season. It was Liquid and it was Karmine Corp, so joining those two together is wonderful.
Look at Rise. Just look at Rise here, just being an absolute pest. Double bump, recovery, gets another, and there's his old mate Vatira cleaning up. I mean, we can talk about Endpoint. They swept Gentlemates in the qualifiers, they then lost to them in Game 5 in the Swiss. So certainly no slouch or Endpoint boys, but oh man, this K-Corp lineup is just looking so good right now.
I mean, do you want to know something fun as well? It is as Matane scores and gets a goal with an Atto nice one as well. The angle from Matane, managing to secure it from the pass from Smokes up to that one, then the angle with the rotation slices in it. Rise can't make contact. And it is, CJ, the first time Endpoint have made a main event since the Regional 2 in winter 22-23 season. And that was a year ago today, which is quite fun. And now they're back, and they are currently in the lead versus Karmine.
Well, back then I was beating them. That's how long it's been. And, well, it's good to see them back in business. It's good to see them in the lead in this series as well. Straight off the kickoff, it looked like it was going to be one-way traffic at the start of this game for KC, but we have it. Endpoint bouncing back. Good to see Coach Andy as well standing behind them, giving the orders. And it looks like they've just got a really good setup there. They look locked in. I love when the teams are all together, team house sort of setup.
Well, they have, bear in mind, Endpoint have got a whole series of practice rooms in the UK called Prac Rooms. And they've allowed other teams, when they're playing in main events, to hire them out and then play in their facility that's got amazing internet, everything that you'd need. And top teams that have scrimmed for land have gone to Endpoint's facility to do that. So Endpoint have a chance to use it themselves in order to attempt to make that top 4. It's almost poetic that now they can use those facilities themselves and against one of the biggest teams in the world as well.
Well, it's working here early. Game number 1. I know the desk were perhaps giving them 1 game. Leaf giving them half a game. Leaf is technically correct so far. Let's see if they can complete it here as Matane's trying to walk it through. It's going to go near post, smokes up, fake coming through, resets backboard. And Endpoint with the early pressure, we're looking for that upset. Cole was pleading for an upset here in EU. He was pleading with chat to vote for Endpoint whilst picking K-Corp himself. An absolute fake catalyst for Vatira down the other end. Great save, Arju. Endpoint for now holding on. Vatira turning around. Atto. Oh! Rise can't get it either. Matane with a huge save near post.
A lovely tap just wide as well. Thinking that might have been an easy shot as Rise shoots. But the save coming in last second does tip it away. But KC, as soon as they get some pressure, they're going to try and keep chomping at the bit, going to try and keep taking that goal. Rise with very little boosting. Vatira removing Arju down low. Doesn't seem to change too much as the pressure for Endpoint is going to be continuing. And I am so impressed with the push that Endpoint are able to put forwards. They are not shying away. And that's how you need to handle these top teams.
I want to say again, if this turns out to be an enormous upset, as that one's going to go wide, I tell you what, I don't want to see Cole taking any credit. He did not predict them. Chat, you had 81% for K-Corp. It's not how we're expecting it, but there's the bump. There's Atto with the goal. It's Rise again. He is living inside Endpoint's net right now, doing damage.
Yeah, getting those bumps too. We saw just how important they were earlier when we were watching Vitality play. Alpha was a demon, spending the most time in front of the ball compared to any of his teammates. And looking like Rise is doing the same. Maybe the bumping meta is back, seeing as every player is so solid on the ball. If you can shake them and you can grab them by the shoulders and move them out of their position, that may well be the best place that you can disrupt a team nowadays.
And a flawless caster curse for me on Endpoint. To all the Endpoint supporters and fans, I am so sorry. Atto gets the ball. 2-2 now, just getting a minute to go in game number 1. Endpoint just going to let that ball go through. Rise pre-jump, misses that one. Vatira's in trouble. He's not going to get there, but the demo somehow, follow-up, will be wide from Smokes. I'm not sure how they landed a mid-air demo, but it certainly saved K-Corp right there.
That happened earlier with Alpha as well, getting a mid-air demo. And I'm pretty sure that I've never seen one before that. And I've had 2 in one day, so I'm not sure D-Rex will be tracking any of those stats, but the final 45 seconds is going to be ticking down. Arju sitting at central, but Vatira meets him in mid-air. Smokes is going to be cutting it out. And this 2-all draw, I think right now, is going to be favouring Endpoint. They're going to be quite happy just to chill a little bit and realise that an overtime might be coming. Whereas Karmine Corp, they might be feeling a little bit of the pressure, thinking, oh, okay, all the other teams, they've made it through to that top 4 already, all of our biggest competitors. If we don't do that, we're on the back foot in the first open qualifier. And when you're looking at the major contention, you don't want to be there.
At risk of cursing again here, but Endpoint looking good right now. I'm really impressed with how they're performing. 10 seconds left. We might get OT game 1. Probably not how everyone was expecting this first game to go, unless something crazy can happen right here. Rise won't be able to get the jump. Looks like everyone's going to be dropping that ball down. Both teams happy for OT. And I say Endpoint's in control.
But KC are going to try and wrestle that back. The blue wall does not let that go lightly. Atto with the double tap. Can't quite get it. And a save again from Attain, saving the bacon of Endpoint. Wonderfully diving across the net. Can't get anything in. And again, it was Rise who was shut down by him.
So sorry, that was nearly a goal again. It was nearly another caster curse. Rises up. It's still so awkward for Endpoint. They need to control this. Try and lock in some boost. There's a huge beat from Attain. He's got space. Gets 1, gets 2, tries to beat, but Rises right there. Over to Atto, and he just chips it in.
Wow.
Pure disrespect on the counter there. They blocked it. They stopped the midfield play, and they capitalised.
Attain did such a good job working it down the pitch, but then you just think that last pass is so choreographed. Smokes was there waiting for the pass to come to him, But then at that point, Rise can just intercept. He can get the pass over towards Atto, does so, well read. And we see as well on the player cam, very cool, calm and composed. And Ferrer in blue. A lot of Vitality fans are going to be foaming at the mouth watching the broadcast right now.
It still doesn't make sense to me seeing Ferrer in those colours, but I mean, he is the super coach right now, as everyone spoke about. We looked at the power rankings, we looked at K-Corp's performances. Perhaps the #1 team in Europe. We'll certainly find out after tomorrow, but I mean, this goes to show as well. I just had a quick look at the scoreboard, Dumpian. Goes to show that numbers don't tell the whole story, because Rise was easily the MVP of that game there for Endpoint. He had 2 bumps on the goal line for the first 2 goals, the intercept and pass to Atto. And look at that. He's clearly on the bottom of the scoreboard, 325 points, but he set up every single one of those goals, had a hand in all of the offense there. And those bumps, you just don't get points for them.
You don't at all. But physicality is going to be getting you goals. We saw it earlier, as I keep mentioning Alpha, but that's literally all he was doing for Vitality, and it was a wonderful job for them too. Rise taking on that mantle, and it is so fun to see Rise and Vatira back together again. I felt like that bond and that duo between the 3 of them never really went away, and to now see Vatira having Rise back on his team, bringing him into the blue wall, I want to see that team on LAN, because that is now going to be even more of a fan favourite.
Yeah, and we know what Atto can do as well into that lineup. It is just, it's scary. And even we look at the flip and spin tournament, and that was with Nolly. I mean, they dominated that as well, won that, and now you bring in Atto as well. Just maybe some more mechanics over what Nolly can do. And there's a redirect again. Rise, almost an own goal from Arju. Was in a very awkward spot. As I said again, Rise has been so influential, and just the little bump plays, we haven't seen it from anyone else today, any other team willing to push forward and be that disruptor. But Rise, it shows his experience and his class.
With 30 seconds gone, it's already Karmine Corp bearing down on the side of Endpoint. I don't imagine they liked how uncomfortable they were feeling. And Endpoint, they can have a shot. Maintain, the ball goes halfway over the line, and Vatira shutting him down. But Arju now, midfield, goes up high, beats out Atto, but nobody there to receive the ball. So Vatira, again, can get a bit of a clear away, but low on boost, as are all of Karmine Corp. And maybe we'll leave it open for Endpoint to continue this attack.
Yeah, but Atto's caught that ball on the backboard. Metane's awkward, gets a great touch, but he's landed near post. Arju's going to help him out. Gets one across, finds Metane. They're linking up well out of defense, Endpoint. We're talking about K-Corp a lot of late, especially at the end of that game, but Endpoint, it was a strong game 1 and perhaps not what we were expecting. Putting up a strong fight against perhaps the best team in Europe, but here's the 1-2, no follow-up. Atto backs off.
Lovely passing to himself there, Vatira, but unfortunately for him, nobody is going to be able to receive it on that final attempt. Rise to the backboard, can't get the ball too much further, and Endpoint starting to look like the pressure's getting to them. Atto goes low, dribbles it round. That wave dash is godly.
Disgusting! Have a look at this bloke. Pops it around Arju, smokes his duff for all money. Wave dash, goes low, catches it, flicks bottom corner. Just absolutely does in the entire Endpoint defense, and that's the quality of Atto. That's why they've picked him up here on K-Corp, and that's why this team is so deadly.
Nobody on Endpoint able to outwit that man. A demo on the goal line. Atto now removing Metane. Rise removing Arju. So it's going to come down to Smokes to hold down the 4. Atto is going to be up high, as Karmine Corp didn't really continue pushing on that play, even though there were 2 players demoed. 2 minutes elapsed. Now Rise left wall has Vatira below him. Gets one bump, gets one shot round, but Smokes into the corner. Becomes a little bit harder with every second that goes by for Endpoint to think, right, we can continue pushing against the blue wall.
You just see the difference in these top teams as well, and it's just the quality and how it's the quality of the offense and just how clinical they are. They always make the right decision when they get a chance, a little bit of space. You saw what Atto did there. It's you know, we talked about it before of Team 3. They were sort of zigging when they should be zagging, but right now they're making all the right decisions. Rise again, faking out near post. Let's Vatira come forward with a reset. Endpoint a little bit of trouble. Smokes can't get it. Vatira's still on the backboard. He's headed off to Rise and can't quite drop it in. But that's the K-Corp special.
I mean, that was also all 3 players committed up into the final third of the pitch, and Endpoint still aren't able to get any goal coming from it. Pass central. Vatira now sends it high left wing. No one's going to be there to receive it, so Arju has a free touch, but uses all of his boost to do so. Smokes can't quite bump Atto out of the way in case he continues to push. Vatira doinks it high, sets up Atto, gets the shot off. Metane's on the goal line. But Atto, he gets it past.
It's just disrespectful rotations, plain and simple. Vatira refusing to rotate. He was the furthest forward of any player on the pitch. Gets the doink, Atto does the rest. Again, they get a chance, they're clinical, they finish it, and they've had 8 shots already in 3 minutes of Rocket League.
And what a doink. What a doink it was from Vatira as well. You love to see it.
What a team as well. I mean, it is just, these guys are the real deal. Make no mistake. It's not luck getting these guys to the position they're in right now. I know it's only early, very early in the season. We're here at day 2 of the main event of the qualifier. But my goodness, this team is looking fantastic, making all the right decisions, and really their defense, this game has not even been tested.
Yeah, so far we're just seeing Karmine Corp work it around the Vatira. 1-2-1 reset. Doesn't even need to use it. Faking out the entire defense as he goes up.
I mean, look at the speed though. Straight off the ceiling, reset underneath. Matane's not ready.
I think
and there it is
he was
again.
going to get it though. Had to block high, had to block low, and it went somewhere in the middle.
I mean, there's just the presence. That's the fear factor that K-Corp have in the air. They're so scary. They have so many options. And once again, they get a chance. They get a bit of space. Vatira makes the right decision. They get a goal.
Okay, 1 minute remaining, and it's Endpoint having to chase 3 goals back. So far, they've not been able to get 3 goals in the first game. It's going to need a lot to change on this one. Vatira opting to go for the ball instead of the player, which would have led to a definite goal, but you don't need to take too many risks, especially when you're up 3 with 1 minute left. Rise on his own, gets the reset, has to fall away from the ball, so Smokes can be taking over instead. Atto, backboard. 45 seconds now, ticking down, and Endpoint going down 2-0 versus Karmine Corp is not a position you want to be in when you're pushing for that top 4.
And after game 1 as well from Endpoint, it was so impressive. They didn't get the win, but they stepped up. But right now, I mean, have a look at this. This ball refuses to leave this Endpoint half. They're witches hatch right now. Rise still pushing forward. No boost on the side of Endpoint. This has been a demolition job in game 2. They're absolutely online here, this K-Corp lineup. So impressive to watch, and they just will not let this ball out. This is relentless.
15, and with no sign of Endpoint getting any goals, it's going to be Karmine Corp going up 2-0 in the series. And Endpoint need to get back to the form they were in that first game. It was an overtime. It was closer. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to continue on that big push. Karmine Corp need 2 more wins, and they join the big 4 in the semi-finals for tomorrow.
You need a timeout right now as Endpoint. There it is. Timeout.
There it is.
Locked in. We have the timeout. Andy says we need to talk, boys, because I mean, Keiko, look at Farah behind them. These guys are just... it's almost scary how confident they look. And they're having fun. They're enjoying themselves. And right now, that was the most dominant game we've seen today. That ball did not leave the Endpoint half. It was... I mean, let's have a look at it.
Goal.
13 shots to 2. And just clinical. Disrespectful rotations, as I said. Refusing to get out of their half. Stealing corner boost. Making the right choice when they have a chance. Fantastic shot. They could not look more impressive.
I love Vatira when he went for that goal and he goes up to the ceiling, doesn't quite get the reset. It goes in between 2 defenders, and you see on his camera he just shrugs. He's like, oh, all right, cool. All right, we have 3. Sick. All right, move on. Let's go, boys.
And that's the perfect... I mean, Rise is the perfect threes player. Everyone you talk to, every other pro would love to have. They always say they would love to play with Rise because he's the perfect teammate. He just fills in wherever he needs to. And right now, you know, game 1 it was looking for those bumps. Game 2 it was just opening up space.
We saw him last year on BDS. Like, the magic that he had bringing that team to a major after missing 2 of them and then taking them to the grand final. It's madness.
It's just so underrated, and you see it again on the scoreboard. I mean, he's bottom scored again. If you're a stats person, you'd be saying, why is Rise here? We need to pick up some, you know, they need to pick up someone else who's going to do some more damage, perhaps. You know, we're looking at score per game. But again, they don't look at the bumps, the demos, the positioning, and just the way that he disrupts the other team. As you said, with his timeout, Stumpy, what do Endpoint do? How do they get around this offense?
Get back to that aggression that you had. In that first game, they were making sure that they were sending 2 players one after the other. They were playing confidently. They weren't shying back. And that's definitely what changed in that second game. They weren't wanting to push Karmine Corp and make them feel uncomfortable. They were thinking, or maybe they weren't thinking it, but they were playing reactively. and they were allowing Karmine Corp a lot of space. And you do that to any of the top teams, any of like the top 6 teams in any region, you're going to suffer for it. You can't really play that counter-attack and win frequently, especially when you're against an attacking team that has the prowess of Karmine Corp. Utopia is a chance for Endpoint to get back to their gladiatorial ways and fight back against the blue wall.
Coach Andy trying to hype up the Endpoint boys as well. They need to show something and has to start early here in game 3. They have won the kickoff. That's step 1. Step 2, let's create some offense here. Arju 1-2, leaves it. Atto gets that ball downfield again. Endpoint in their half. This is the danger of forcing the ball back, trying to pass it back in defense.
Good fake.
You've got K-Corp players there as well.
It's now 30 seconds elapsed, and already we're seeing Endpoint playing a little bit more forward. Rise now taking that ball from the back wall, bounces it off though, so that's going to be awkward for Karmine Corp to defend. Atto has to throw himself to that ball, but Arju, he doesn't commit. He doesn't continue to push Karmine Corp, and now they're going to be suffering for it because Rise gets a demo, Vatira gets a shot on, it goes near the net, both commit for it, and Endpoint, they're under pressure, all because of Arju did not commit on that one.
Yeah, no, low boost. That's a great clear just to give them time. He's missed the side. Vatira was watching it. Matane follow. Can Arju get around it? He's just going to keep the ball in. Smart play here is K-Corp trying to get set up. Rise immediately off the ceiling. Gets a 50 and it's a round 2. And look at the speed. Look at the follow-up from Vatira. Already on the case. Matane, no chance to set up.
Matane now in defense with a little bit of boost. Hands it off towards Arju, who's played position very awkwardly. Has to burn all of that well-earned boost. That's going straight towards target. Smokes has to clear it off the line. And Karmine Corp, are they going to be able just to continue wearing down and etching away at what Endpoint want to take of this series?
Oh, that was almost a great beat, Rise. Taking out Arju, who stays down. Just ready for that miss there. More pressure. It's gone straight to Rise again. 2 players from K-Corp now downfield. Demo's coming through. Vatira gets rid of Smokes. They want to keep this offense. They want to punish them here, but here we go again. They do find a way out. This time it's Vatira helping the Endpoint defense. But they're straight back on attack. These guys are unrelenting right now. Atto reset over the top of 2. Where's the finish coming through? It's Vatira, bottom left. First goal, K-Corp.
That fake is revolting as well. Atto gets it round 1, then you see Rise backflip away from it because he knows, well, Arju's up. If he's going to be playing for the block. If I can make him so he goes up, misses the ball, we have a free open net. And they did. Brilliant play from everybody on Karmine Corp there, outsmarting what Endpoint put towards them.
That's a great pass. Save from Matane. That should have been a goal. So smart off the sidewall, but Vatira this time doesn't find the angle. But they've just dead set left the ball. 2 players on Endpoint getting in each other's way. And Vatira says thank you.
Smoke so awkwardly positioned. The Matane was sort of a little bit like, back. Okay, don't know what to do. Smokes finds himself not wanting that ball really, wanting to offload it. Maybe Matane didn't take the initiative, and Karmine Corp are having like, all right, lads, we'll just boot it into your net then if you're not going to clear it. If you can play tick-tack all you want in the back.
Oh, call it off. Call it off right now. Vatira's just absolutely cooked him in the one-on-one. Goes the fake. He did make the save, but it's not enough. I mean, he just had him in all sorts. Matane did well to get a touch. Vatira was always in control right off the kickoff. 3-0 coming off the Endpoint timeout. And K-Corp, well, right now, this is a one-way ticket to the top 4.
Sometimes we describe goals as rude, and I think that would make the cut as well. Going for that fake on the goal line and then thinking, oh, it's not quite in, I'm just going to get a bicycle goal instead. Halfway through the game, an Endpoint now chasing 3 entire goals against the Karmine Corp that are on the romp. Double demo.
It's just suffocating. It is just suffocating from K-Corp. There's no space. They're happy to, they're just so confident to rotate under the ball, rotate into the opponent's corner and really just support whoever's trying to make that challenge. And right now, Endpoint don't have an answer for it. They're panicking. They know that someone from K-Corp's always on it. That's an awkward touch, though, for Vatira. Can they set something up? He still manages to get a 50. And Matane runs around like a tortoise around the corner. It's unique. It's unusual, but I don't mind it.
Matane was there looking like a tortoise the wrong way down a water slide.
Oh, my goodness.
Sliding himself down, not knowing what's going on. Splashes at the end. And Atto, meanwhile, takes a reset, goes to the ceiling, gets a double, taps it in.
Stop it.
Sayonara, see you later.
Stop it right now. Reset, ceiling, backboard double. It's free play. I'll say it. It's absolute free play right now for K-Corp. And ever since halfway through game 1, Leaf was right. Perhaps Endpoint get half a game. They had the lead, and they still didn't find the opening. Vatira with the epic save on the line. Atto reaching for it again. These guys are 4 goals up. Minute 30 left. They want to keep that clean sheet.
If this continues, it's going to be our only 4-0 of the day, I believe. And it is not feeling close either.
I mean, K-Corp have had a chance to sit back for 3 best-of-7s, 3 other quarterfinal, Stumpy, and watch their French counterparts cruise their way, basically, every series into that top 4. And now it's their time to join the party. They don't want to miss out on the entire French top 4. Would we expect anything else in the first EU qualifier?
Well, that's why we predicted it across the board. We picked every French-having team. Like, it just makes sense. And also, of course, I was getting that BDS 4-0'd Magnifico earlier on, so it wouldn't be our first 4-0 of the day. But it would be, I think, potentially the most convincing considering the scorelines. A double demo from Vatira. You do not see that very often. Can't quite loop round to get that shot off. Final 20, doesn't matter. Endpoint, you've already used your timeout. What are you going to do? Andy the Mandy, earn your paycheck.
I mean, aside from Endpoint getting that sweep over Gentlemates back in the qualifier, they have now, well, they're assuming the next game goes as this one has, have only really lost to French teams. They've only lost to other teams in the top 4. There's almost an own goal attempt coming through. They can't even score on their own net if they tried. That's how good their defense is. K-Corp, as we said, this has to be the most dominant display we've seen so far. Vatira, 800 points and a hat-trick. Endpoint, no response.
So Karmine currently attempting to, of course, as we said, trying to make that French top 4. But I'd like to give a little bit of credit towards Endpoint generally, not necessarily in this series, sorry lads, but across the board. I said it's a year ago today that we last saw Endpoint in a main event. This is a completely different team. They've changed it up. They've stayed consistently here in Rocket League. It's an org that a lot of people really like. I love Endpoint. The management, everybody there, they are brilliant. And I personally just love seeing them come back on the mainstream, not giving up. It's going to be a very hard series. It always is when it comes to the Saturdays, and especially, of course, the Sundays, if they manage to get there. But being able to have this kind of determination as an org and the belief in the product as well is something that absolutely should not be going amiss.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see a fantastic org, but unfortunately, Stumpy, right now...
Shame they can't score goals.
Unfortunately, right now, we're poking them with a stick, telling them to do something, because this K-Corp lineup just might be looking like the best team going around right now. This has been a dominant 3 games. Will Game 4 be any different? Will we see life from this Endpoint lineup, or will it be the K-Corp show through to Championship Sunday?
Right, get some goals, lads. Come on, Endpoint. You had that first game that was brilliant. It was an overtime. You did well. Just play aggressively. Worst case, you lose 9-0. Doesn't matter. You may as well make it a big one.
Here we go. They've got 5 minutes to keep their tournament hopes alive here in the first EU qualifier, and this is a great chance, but Atto, great positioning, 1-2, and look at Rise, he's already looking for bumps, looking to take the ball off the touch there, straight into offense is K-Corp, and straight on the attack is Vatira. He's got space, ceiling touch, Smokes get it, gets the bounce, there we go, Arju clear, Matane downfield. They're picking up the aggression. That's what you wanted to see, Stumpy. But the bumps are coming through. The disrespectful rotations continue. Atto cleans the way. Rise gets the goal.
Slowing it down from Smokes, not the play at all. He was trying to touch it towards that right-hand side, trying to get a little bit of boosting, pick up the 100, go up high, take a shot. Instead, Rise sees that. He knows what he's going to do. Removes him. There's no one behind him. At that point, you need to get rid of the ball. You know that they're going to bear down on you. Off the kickoff, Rise is already gunning for Matane. Nothing's happened, Rise. He's got bloodlust.
Again, it's disrespectful what is happening. Smokes, there's a shot for Tira, top corner, pre-jump save, off his own crossbar as well. Releases Rise with a flip reset, hands it to Atto. It's beautiful to watch here for K-Corp. Rise again, more bumps coming through.
That's 2.
Atto's got no boost. He's still looking for cars, looking for bodies to bump. Atto again, another pop for Tira, a fake underneath, almost working out.
I feel like right now, KC, they're singing from the same songbook. They know what every single person on the pitch is going to do. They wrote the book. Arju at the back, trying to make it out past Rise. Isn't quite able to. Now it's time for Smokes to have a go. 70 boost, goes up high with it. Gets thwarted by Vatira. Now Matane's turn. Take it in turns to try and work it past anybody on Karmine Corp. That's open in the middle. Smokes is there, but just frustratingly a little bit too late.
Yeah, there's still so much support in this defense. Able to work the ball out together, K-Corp. And I mean, if this series isn't a showcase right now of... I mean, send this series to anyone that says conventional rotations are the best way. The K-Corp not once have rotated in behind each other. They're cutting for each other. They're cutting in front. They're looking for bumps. They're not rotating back posts. They're rotating on the ball, helping each other out. And that's why this constant offense continues.
Well, also, Rise has nipped to the shop, bought himself a tent. He set it up in the orange half, and he's using that as a base of operations while he goes out and kicks everybody who lives in that orange side of the pitch. He's getting rid of everybody nearby.
Respawn point. He's got a respawn point in their end. He's set up a new spawn location. And right now it's a one-way ticket into their net. Still a one-goal lead though. Endpoint.
It's the closest game we've had since that first one. And Endpoint are doing a good job of defending, but it is tight.
But they're still losing, Stumpy, is the problem. We need to see it down the other end. There we go. Matane 1-2, but Tira trying to control this one.
No one's following.
Look at this. I mean, look at this. It just releases out to 1-2. He's in a one-on-one. He's got a double misses. Both commit. Rise goes as well. But it doesn't matter. They're still on offense, even with a double commit.
Vatira missed that one by about 3 American football pitches. And yet KC still managed to retain the contact that they needed. They got the next touch. And then Vatira scores. Nobody on Endpoint is challenging the ball. And Karmine Corp are taking full advantage of it.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. This series has been disgusting. K-Corp are that good. This is unreal to watch. I love it. The offense, it's almost it's so low risk as well. Even though they're committing plays to every play, they're always looking to help out each other. The rotation's coming through so fast, so confident. And Rice has another open net. Welcome to the K-Corp exhibition match.
It must be so frustrating to be Endpoint right now, because we're saying all these things like you need to challenge more, you need to make sure that you're having a little bit more play on the ball, that you're actually coming up as a second man. And Endpoint are like, where, when, how? What do you expect us to do? Because Karmine Corp are rotating so irrationally, and they're playing so strangely. Rise up to the ceiling, he pre-jumps 1, 2, 3, and oh my word, we nearly had a highlight play.
I mean, look, we haven't been talking about Endpoint, but I don't think any team right now is going to do much better. It's just the way that K-Corp are playing with this confidence is clearly the best we've seen today. Now, no sense of sweets. BDS, they look good in the previous series. Vitality are back.
But this is something else.
K-Corp is next level.
Yep.
It is absolutely next level. And if they can bring this to Championship Sunday, good luck to anyone they play. But wow, what play. You've got to give credit to Coach Ferrer as well, Stumpy.
Yeah.
Because this team is locked in.
A transformative coach. Karmine Corp at the end of last year, they had to battle against Vitality, and now they've got Vitality's greatest mind on their side, and this is the product that it ends up churning out. The final 40 is somewhat of a formality. Matane saves it high. Rise is immediately there to challenge it. Goes up, gets the second from the ceiling. How do you react and respond to brilliance?
They've made an Rlcs quarterfinal look like the first round of the Open qualifiers. This isn't your 900th seed in Europe. This is a top 8 team that they're doing this to. K-Corp 4-0, 30 seconds left. What is happening?
Like, Endpoint came through as the number 3 seed into the top 16. They 3-0'd Gentlemates. Bear in mind, this isn't just like an Endpoint that's lucked their way through. They were the 3rd seed in Europe. And look at what Karmine Corp are doing. It has been a show of solidarity. It has been the blue wall, Karmine Corp, Coach Ferrer on their side, that has given us an absolute stonker of a series. Karmine Corp, you're different. Wow. You are them.
K-Corp move through to the top 4 to Championship Sunday. They'll come back tomorrow, clearly in my mind, as the tournament favourites here in the first European qualifier. That was devastating. That was deadly. and that was near flawless Rocket League. They were having fun, they were freestyling, but they still weren't overcommitting. It's perfect structure. Again, credit to Farah. The boys are happy. You can see it on the cameras. And as well, we have to give commiserations to Endpoint. As you said, they came through number 3 seed. They got top 8. They'll be looking to move into that top 4 next time. But, I mean, for now, Stumpy, welcome to the French, region. It's just their region.
Yeah, we're in the French Quarter. It's like it's a city. The Rlcs is a city, and we've just entered the French Quarter. It smells of baguettes, and everyone speaks a bit funny. But everyone is very good at Rocket League. Karmine Corp, Team BDS, Gentlemates, and Vitality have made it through, and it is a pleasure to watch when you see this level as well. And Gentlemates and Vitality, that is going to be an incredible series when we get to watch that tomorrow. See you go through to that grand final. Karmine Corp BDS, yet again, that's just going to be utter brilliance all over the pitch. And if these, CJ, are the other 4 teams that we're going to be sending from Europe to LAN, good luck the world.
I've seen enough. Let's see if the desk agree with us. Throw it back to you guys. That was seriously impressive.
Very impressive, and commiserations might be a bit much. I imagine we'll see this Endpoint squad again in the future, but for now, sure. If we're looking at this individually, it was a bit of a one-sided show here. Shogun, it was K-Corp doing K-Corp, and I think this is the squad they're looking for.
I mean, they just continue to put statements out at the moment. It does seem like we've got a steadfast top 4 over in the region, but KC have not put a foot wrong. We can maybe look elsewhere and just say, oh, this team looked a bit bad and this team didn't play so good here. Throughout the entirety of the tournament that we've had so far, Cole, KC have dominated.
Yeah, they haven't struggled in any which way. We didn't expect them to, but it's one thing to go, oh, this team's the favorite. It's another thing for them to go completely unbeaten, for them to look like their opponent is just not even playing the same game at times there. You know, I was a little bit worried, Leaf, that in the sort of preamble to that match, we were being almost not disrespectful to Endpoint, but not quite giving them enough of a say, but no.
Right.
I mean, God, really how that top
Yeah, this isn't, again, we're not speaking ill of that squad. We do know, again, how we've mentioned how kind of new coming at least one of those players are to the scene, and already being at this point is great. I always love watching them play because all around they know how to make really fancy plays, but when it comes to that cohesion, a team like K-Corp is on another level. I mean, Vatira picks his teammates for a reason because he knows they're going to slot in nicely, and we saw all of them, Shogun, getting involved. I mean, we know what to expect out of Rise and Vatira, but Atto himself was, oh my God, we got him on the top plays for sure.
Yeah, I'm almost going to sort of parry this question over towards Cole, because Cole, you've, of all of us on the desk, have seen Atto play more than any of us over on the Liquid stage. I mean, is this a completely different player than what you experienced, or is this just sort of unlocked Atto?
Yeah, he's always been this good, but I think Liquid had this slightly chaotic playstyle, which when it worked, made him look extra fantastic. When it didn't work, could make him and his teammates as well look a little bit silly. But Karmine Corp, the balance that they have, CJ was talking about it, the structure is c'est magnifique. It's perfection from them right now, and it means that if you have space and boost, you're going to be scoring more good goals.
I mean, I don't want to make you guys do predictions early on, and Shogun, you might not be the right person to ask for this, but do you see this as
I got 4 out of 4 today, I'm perfect.
Quick answer, do you see this as as K-Corp making it through the top 4 into those semis and potentially win? Is it compared to the rest of the squads?
I think that this is a tournament to lose with the way that they have worked things so far. There are 3 teams that are going to try and stop them, but there is one team that has been on top.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. And to celebrate the victory, we do have Johnny standing by with an interview with Rise.
Thanks very much, Leaf. I am indeed here with Rise and the entire K-Corp contingent. It would seem, Rise, I've got to go straight ahead and ask you, you're part of well, a French top 4 in this event, a French top 4 who have looked clear of the competition. So first question for you is, do you think anyone can stop the French top 4? Are there any threats in the rest of the region or indeed the world?
Well, I mean, hi for a start, Johnny. Haven't spoken in a while, but
how you doing?
No, there's a lot of teams that can compete. You know, right now I'd say the French are on top. Tira's smiling there, but the French are on top, and you know it's up to the other regions to catch up and challenge. And I think that there are teams that can. We've scrimmed quite a lot all the teams in Europe basically, and they're all very good teams, but it's just about unlocking it on match day and maybe Regional 1 nerves for some of them.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned there, you're smiling. I met with a lot of smiling with how things are going from in particular, but how's it been for you? You're back with Vatira after a season apart. Obviously, you've had a lot of success together on a different roster. Now, how's it been on Farming Corp with Vatira?
Yeah, I mean, Vatira's like my brother, so, you know, being back with him... Right, mate. Being back with him, you know, it's great. We experienced a lot of highs together. Obviously, we flopped a bit at the World Championship last time, but hopefully we can make it to the World Championship this season and go further than we did last time.
I've also got to ask about the man lurking in the background. Sarah has been lingering with the back to camera all the while you guys have been competing. And I think it's probably the biggest coach transfer that at least I can think of. He had obviously some success with Vitality. So yeah, how's it been working with Sarah? I think everybody's really curious to know what you've up to now that you're no longer with the yellow team over there in Paris.
Yeah, I mean, I think Farah's probably the best coach in the game as it stands. Especially, I think there's no disrespect to coaches I've worked with in the past, but he's definitely the best coach I've worked with in my career, so far anyway. And he's just, yeah, he's great. Like everything, he's so professional, he's such a nice guy, so easy to work with, so yeah, it's brilliant.
So, Rise, you got BDS tomorrow. I know that's probably a match that's particularly important for you since you did just leave BDS to join Karmine Corp.
Yep.
But yeah, what are your thoughts going into that match tomorrow?
Well, you know, it's the same as every day. Another day in the office, you know, come in, work hard, give our everything and be confident, and yeah, that's what we can do.
Well, good luck to you tomorrow. I'm sure everybody can agree. We're all very excited to see just how this top four of French superstars and a little bit of francophones in yourself as well, representing the rest of the continent. But yeah, we're very excited to see how you go. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us, Rise. Congrats on the top four.
Appreciate it, Johnny.
Good luck tomorrow.
Have a good one.
Cole, 8 out of the 12 players in the top 4 French.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me really. Although the most French player of them all, Vatira, is the only one of the teams that doesn't have at least 2 French players in them. Vatira is not joined by 2 Frenchies, so it's maybe that's the balance. But
that means they'll lose before grand finals.
Do you reckon you're backing Team BDS for that reason?
I mean, it's
locked in. Lee's prediction has been made. Put it in the spreadsheet.
No.
Oh,
Erase the VOD. Delete the VOD. Delete the VOD. But yeah, it really is a domination. But as you heard Shogun Rise say there is they've been scrimming other teams outside of the French sphere that they are looking towards to be contenders.
Yeah, I would love to hear from him who he's necessarily got that. I mean,
right.
Heck, we can even maybe check the predictions and the placements. Oh wait, they didn't send them over to us. They were one of the only teams that didn't send team placements for the power rankings. That's a bit of a shame. We'll have to maybe poll Rise by himself at some point, but I mean, what can you even say today? It does feel like the top 4 have set themselves aside. If there are teams out there that can challenge them, they've got a heck of an uphill climb to go for, because when we get not only out of this tournament, we head into the next qualifier, you'd expect to see these 4 teams again based on what we've seen. Somebody's got to break through this and probably make a grand final run.
Yeah, this sort of reminds me of old school North America with, at the time it was 3, but 4 super teams. The talent has definitely consolidated in EU. I think it's been a while since we've really had this. You might have had one standout team and a few that could take them on, but having 4 that are by far and away the top 4, it's like an exciting new direction for Europe.
Yes, well, we started with Chaos, Cole, and we've moved into kind of what we've
apart from 100%, I did forget about them.
Right, yeah. But we've moved now into what we kind of expected. Looking at our top 4 in this bracket is just... I think people could have had that earlier on. These are your teams. Tomorrow you'll see them in this order. We'll start down with that lower side there. Gentlemates will be facing off against Team Vitality, who seem to be on a ever-increasing rise. Cole, and then K-Corp BDS after.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day tomorrow. I am truly looking forward to both of those semi-finals. You can't really predict what the finals will be, although you already have Leaf, of course. You know that Team BDS is going to Corp.
No, I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
no!
Do we all agree, everyone watching this? Do we agree that Leaf is back to his prediction?
Chat, you are a part of this.
Exactly.
You know, it's a majority consensus. There are not thousands of you, by the way, so we can really overwrite Leaf pretty quickly here. If the group feels like this is locked in, you know, democracy wins.
This is democracy. You can't question them.
Do I have a sword? I'm banning anyone that goes against this. I don't have.
Are you checking now?
I don't. They would never give me that kind of power. Anyways, at the end of today, we don't probably need a lot of final thoughts, but are these the 4 teams you probably guys would have picked if you had to just make a bracket before the whole weekend started?
Maybe
not Gentlemen.
Yes, now. Yeah, Gentlemates are the only ones that
probably
I
would have
might
put
not.
Gentlemates.
Yeah.
I would have maybe had them like out in the quarterfinals, and then I don't know who I would have put.
I mean,
place.
I did predict in day 1 that Redemption would be making the first major, but going 1 and 3 in the Swiss. Maybe.
Yeah.
But they'd have been my outlier.
Fair enough. Hey, well, let's watch some Rocket League tomorrow. Why don't you guys keep coming and hanging out with us? Of course, the pre-show starts at 4:30 p.m. CET and kickoff will be at 5 o'clock. Some great top 4 action in Europe tomorrow. We'll see you then.
You see the drip in its locks. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours, only if you take it. So